Yeah, yeah. All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been golden from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars know, no, 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 oh. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait, wait, show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding these in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light, enlightening, mind enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars flow, 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 flow. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 flow. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, 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 peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weaken. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling, 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 falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars know, no, 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 no. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show. Yeah, yeah. All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars know, no, 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 oh. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait, wait, show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding these in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light, enlightening, mind enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars flow, 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 flow. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, 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 peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weaken. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling, 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 falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars know, no, 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 no. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show. Yeah, yeah. All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, go, the proof's point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlightened, mind enlightened. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, what the fuck?
Alright, my bad, y'all. I'm having some technical difficulties over here. I guess my browser not picking up my camera for some reason. I'm over here trying to cam up. Hold on, let me play some music while I try to figure this out. We will be getting started here shortly as soon as I can get my browser to pick up my camera. What song are we going
to? Who you talking to? Who said what? Who told who? Who built the frame that you looking through? Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who told you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Who you talking to? Who you talking to? Who said what? Who taught who? Who built the frame that you looking through? Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who told you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Yeah. Who you talking to? Every line of treasure you only find in the mind, my mind. And you know I work in the mines. I don't charge a dime for you to stay out of mine. 2 times, we on time. Every line got another line, hiding behind the line. You hearing bars, I'm hearing structure and design. You hear a punchline, I hear ontology, a line. Who said reality started? Talking outside existence while existing to argue. Smuggling sequence in your sentence unconsciously. Then call it timeless when I ask what the process be. Who you talking about? Half these worldviews fall when you walk them out. Everybody got answers till you chalk it out. Incoherence disappear when you map it out. I studied Heraclitus flowing rivers in motion. Parmenides froze it, I can see both in the ocean. Can't build a frame, but the frame still folded. Trying to define the world while the mind still holding it. Aristotle looking for causes and categories. Nietzsche killed guys, but couldn't kill reality. Heidegger staring into being and anxiety. I'm just asking what makes existence intelligibly. Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said what? Who built the worldview that you standing on? Everybody sounding deep to the ladder gone. And they looking real nervous when the pattern drawn. I slept these haters in they face with this one. Shh, wait, I missed one. 2 times, we on time. Every line of gem they only find in the mind, my mind. You know I work in the mines, digging through mines while I'm digging through mine. Blue collar, philosopher, coffee cup thinker, still plotting possible worlds while the clock getting thinner. Whole room talking loud, I just watch and consider. Cause the loudest in the room usually know the least in it. Who taught you that? Who said existence got a border where the proof at? Who talking outside reality and still attached? Using logic from existence just to move back. That's incoherent. I ain't even gotta raise my tone. I just let the contradiction sit there on its own. People wanna skip structure just to chase the throne. Till the worldview collapse and they standing there alone. They want a war record. I gave them world pressure. Every verse another hidden room in the architecture. Every line another layer underneath the texture. You hear rhythm, I hear systems trying to fit together. I ain't culturally inappropriate, intellectually inappropriate. I'm coherently inappropriate, yeah. You hate the conclusion, but the structure still hold. That's why the room get quiet when the logic unfolds. Who you talking to? Talking time, that's why you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who taught you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Who you talking to? OLEE on a late night broadcast. Hourglass eye, watching timelines cross paths. Earth in the other eye, both sides balance. Nature and time, that's the code in the canvas. No wings still. Who you talking to? Who said what? Who taught who? Who built the frame that you looking through?
Pressure inside of my spirit, they thought I would bend, I just held in my lane. They said the things I believe with delusion, I waited on truth, now they talk like I'm sane. Told you that I was the one who would not move the same. Silent, never undone, slow burn while I rise with a flame. Put up with love in the cut, heart in the front, what's up, I had to sign off on my ego, looking up that scene, I'm on my day ones, on a new wave, pouring more faith in my cup. Treating my peace like a ghost, safe, locked up, can't touch, yeah. I know they play with me, speak on my name to see if I'll break it. I let them talk in the breeze, they be posting up lies, but my soul never stays with it. Them acts a paper thing, yeah. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their words at you, but they can't break your spirit. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their doubts at you, but they can't come near it. Heart stay safe when your mind's awake, and I keep my peace cause nobody can fake it. It's up again, my music on again. Choose up again, my spirit's up again. Is it the noise? Been learning the highways. It's quiet thinking when I'm in the right lane. Ignore the bright lights in the driveways. Walk through the door, let a small talk fly away.
Okay. I guess I'm not gonna be able to cam up. I don't know what's wrong. But we're about to get this started here. Get my stuff pulled up. Hope everybody's having a good Friday. We're about to be going into this COVID vaccine cancer connection declared by world's leading oncologist, Dr. Angus Dalgleish. He goes into this. He had an interview today. We're going to be playing some of his some older stuff from him and going over some funny clips. I can see the fallacy before the sentence finished. You confuse a strong opinion with a reason proposition. You keep reaching for conclusions, but your premises are missing. Then you hide behind your feelings when the logic need a mission. I don't argue with a person. I examine what was stated to find the.
Hey, you're not gonna get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Hey folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID.
And when people are vaccinated, they can feel safe that they are not going to get infected.
Dr. Fauci says he has COVID again.
If you've done the right thing and gotten vaccinated, you deserve the freedom to be safe from COVID-19. And this morning, I learned I tested positive for COVID-19 as well.
Until all of us are part of widespread vaccine programs, no one is safe.
New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern has tested positive for COVID-19.
If you are vaccinated, you are protected. They are effective. Vice President Kamala Harris has announced that she's tested positive for COVID-19.
With 3 doses that you'll be prevented not just from serious illness, but from getting this virus, this Omicron variant, and therefore giving it to others.
Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews is in quarantine for 7 days after testing positive to COVID.
So I'm fully vaccinated. It gives me some comfort. The fact that that's there, not for myself so much, but the people I'm coming into contact with.
Anthony Albanese has just tested positive for coronavirus.
Having received 2 doses of AstraZeneca, it's a very effective vaccine, protection from symptomatic illness and therefore risk of transmission to others.
It is great that companies have developed safe and effective vaccines. But we can't seem to make them quickly enough to stop the global spread that threatens all of us.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren just announcing she, in fact, has tested positive for COVID.
With the ongoing circulation of the COVID virus in our communities. If you're eligible, as of today, to get your 3rd dose, please do so.
Like so many other Victorians and Australians, those dreaded double lines came up.
So if we put a clamp on COVID-19 and prevent it from spreading from anyone, even if they have minimal symptoms.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau just tweeting out that he has tested positive for COVID. This would be the 2nd time the Prime Minister has tested positive.
You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Hey, folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID.
Yeah, we know they were lying about that. People wonder why vaccine hesitancy is at an all-time high. We can't trust these people. And let's not forget who were the first people to foment vaccine hesitancy. Not that I'm making this political, but I've seen a lot of people going around trying to bash, people who want transparency, who want all of the research and the data out as some kind of conspiracy theorists. But mind you, we had the political officials being the first ones out here vaccine hesitant. You don't remember that? Let's go back. Let me find this clip. Let's go back. Not too long ago. You see, they hate me because I don't got a short memory. Not too long ago.
Democrats were against the vaccine when Trump was president. Here's Joe Biden.
When we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You can be the first one to say, sign me up. They now say it's okay. If the president announced tomorrow we have a vaccine, would you take it? Only if it was completely transparent that other experts in the country could look at it. Only if we knew all of what went into it. If Donald Trump can't give answers and the administration can't give answers to these 3 questions, the American people should not have confidence.
But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Let's read. Oh, my God. There's the president and the vice president fomenting vaccine hesitancy. They would get kicked off YouTube for that.
Yeah. Remember, there was a point in time when the Democrats were running ish, they would have took you down for saying something like that. We got it from y'all. We were actually listening. Let's get into it.
So let me be clear. I trust vaccines. I trust scientists, but I don't trust Donald Trump. And at this moment, the American people can't either.
So that was him fomenting vaccine hesitancy. Here is Andrew Cuomo. Watch this. They gave him an Emmy for his handling of COVID, where he was killing thousands of old people because, here we go.
Is the vaccine safe? Frankly, I'm not going to trust the federal government's opinion.
The American people don't trust the process. I don't trust the process. I don't trust the president, and I don't trust the FDA.
So there you go. There's your 3 favorite Democrat shitlibs. Andrew Cuomo, they gave him an Emmy. I think they took it back. And then there's Kamala Harris, and there's President Joe Biden. Everyone's 3 favorite shitlibs, fomenting vaccine hesitancy at the top of their lungs.
Yes, he did lose his Emmy.
Yeah, he did. And And people like to call me an anti-vaxxer. That's what I love.
Would you get it?
Yeah. They sounded real anti-vax, didn't they? Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Cuomo. This is, excuse me, this is where we got it from, y'all. The first people who were spitting that vaccine hesitancy stuff was the Democratic Party. You know what I'm saying? Never let them forget, like they say about 9/11. Never let them forget.
Well, I think that's going to be an issue for all of us. I will say that I would not trust Donald Trump. If Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Okay, so I've showed you all this before, and I showed you how they're all against mandates too. Here's Nancy Pelosi being against mandates.
So here's the thing. We cannot require someone to be vaccinated. That's just not what we can do. It is a matter of privacy to know who is or who isn't.
Okay, so that they were totally different people when Trump was president, and now, so those are called values. Either you trust the FDA or you don't, right? Either you for mandates or you're not. That has nothing to do with who's president, but it does to these people because they have no integrity. So I'm highlighting this. This is a woman named Amy
Lack of integrity. There's a lack of integrity going on around the community when it comes to this topic. I see a lot of confirmation bias going on, special pleading, just a willful ignorance to acknowledge the other side of the argument, the scientists who don't agree. You know, they're quick to be labeled as quacks, lone wolves. When these people were award-winning members of their field. So it's just crazy to me, the censorship that came with this. And we're going to go over some terms today. Regulatory capture is going to be one of them. And I can explain the paradigm that all of this is operating under objectively. You know, I really don't have a dog in the fight. I look at both sides of the argument. I'm going to actually bring up some stuff that supports vaccines and show where some of these anti-vaxxers have gone a little bit too far, you know, just in the effort of transparency. You know, I'm not gonna lie to you about nothing. And again, I'm not here to tell you whether to take it or not, and I'm not here to give you medical advice. But what we are going to do is go over some stuff that makes people really uncomfortable when you talk about it, but we should talk about it nonetheless. And one more time, let's show you who was fomenting vaccine hesitancy first. They were the first ones saying, I don't trust the president, I don't trust the FDA, and I don't trust, you know, the process. Now that it's snowballed effect and carried on, you know, now we the bad guys. Now they want to call us anti-vaxxers for having questions. The audacity.
All the Democrats were against the vaccine when Trump was president. Here's Joe Biden.
When we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You can be the first one to say, sign me up. They now say it's okay. If the president announced tomorrow we have a vaccine, would you take it? Only if it was completely transparent, that other experts in the country could look at it. Only if we knew all of what went into it. If Donald Trump can't give answers and the administration can't give answers to these three questions, the American people should not have confidence.
But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Let's read. Oh my God, there's the president and the vice president fomenting vaccine hesitancy. They would get kicked off YouTube for that.
Our Verify team is here to help you sort out fact from misinformation. And today, we're checking a claim President Biden made during his recent town hall about the COVID-19 vaccine and how effective it is. First, here's what the president said.
You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Social media lit up, and Troy wrote us to ask, I want to know if President Biden is spreading disinformation regarding COVID and the vaccine. I would be thrilled if these vaccines mean you won't get COVID. Does it mean that? Well, for answers, We turn to Thomas Dzinski at the IU Fairbanks School of Public Health, Brian Dixon with the Regenstrief Institute, a healthcare research organization, and the CDC. They all agree you can still get COVID even if you're fully vaccinated.
The vaccines were never designed to prevent you from being infected by COVID-19.
Breakthrough cases occur. No vaccine is 100%
And
effective.
let me pause that.
100%.
I just want to point that out. So when they were telling you on the TV that if you take these vaccines that you won't get COVID, they knew that that wasn't the truth. Excuse me. They knew it wasn't the truth. They knew they were lying to you. 95% effective, not at preventing transmission, at attenuating symptoms, but this is something, the context and nuance they didn't give you purposely. They were over whooping, like Unc West say, to sell it. Now, I'm not here to defend Donald Trump, and I'm not here to defend the Democrats. I'm independent. I beat them up both equally. And we're going to give Operation Warp Speed its own episode. You know, I know that these people had this crisis on their hands for 4 years. And they were trying to issue the mandates. We're going to talk about this stuff, as well as get into some of the data connecting this to cancer. You know, I'm saving the best for last, trust me. I'm just warming the crowd up right now, letting everybody get in here, going over some of the old stuff, because it's like some people miss this and they don't want to acknowledge this, and they enter into the conversation as if this isn't part of the record, and it is.
Of the time.
And on its website, the CDC says no vaccines are 100% effective at preventing illness in vaccinated people. There will be a small percentage of fully vaccinated people who still get sick, are hospitalized, or die from COVID-19. We checked what that looks like here in Indiana. The state says it has fully vaccinated more than 2.9 million people. Only very small percentages have been diagnosed with a breakthrough case, hospitalized, or died, just fractions of a percent.
People who have been vaccinated but then end up testing positive, they end up having very few symptoms, if any symptoms at all, and very, very few of them end up in the hospital.
That's the point President Biden was trying to make, according to his press secretary, who was asked about the statement the day after the town hall. And it's worth noting that at other points during the event, the president said the vaccine means you're not likely to get sick, which the experts agree with. But as for the comment Troy asked about, we can verify no, the vaccine will not prevent you.
Sorry, y'all. I was over here muted. I was saying, yeah, they overwhooped it, man. He was running around spreading misinformation about the vaccine, but nobody took his Facebook page. Nobody took him off of YouTube. Them videos is still up of them saying that. All of them. You know, they very picky and choosy with which with who gets to spread the misinformation. And once I noticed that, I noticed, oh damn, the media is biased. I noticed there was a bias. And usually, generally, I try to go against the grain. So I'll go against the bias to just try to highlight it out. But I am going to be objective, and I'm not going to just focus on one side. But I do think Operation Warp Speed was stupid enough to deserve its own episode. So be on the lookout for that coming up soon as well. But these people lied to you. They lied to you to try to force mandates on us. And it wasn't fair. What do I want to play next? You know what? Let me play this one next. Some of the lies that are still up. Some of these damn lies that are still up. Sorry, I ain't got this pulled. I restarted my computer. I had all this pulled up in order. I was ready to go. Then it didn't grab my camera. And I had to restart my computer, and it's still not letting me go through my camera, y'all. I wanted to cam up, but it's all right. Show you how these people lied to us, man, and force this stuff down our throat.
That instead of the vaccine being able, it means instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person to person, spreading and spreading, sickening some of them, but not all of them. And the ones that it doesn't sicken don't know they have it. And then they give it to even more people because they didn't recognize they were, right? Instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person, potentially mutating and becoming more virulent and drug resistant along the way. Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person. A vaccinated person gets exposed to the virus does not infect them. The virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere else.
That's false. That's misinformation. This video is still on YouTube, though. They let her, she gets paid $30,000 an episode to get up here and fearmonger you and lie to y'all. She lied through the whole pandemic about the whole situation. And her talking points were mainstream media's talking points. So it's like, when I hear the pro-vaxxers acting like they never heard this, it's like, okay, well, stop. Like it's got to be the cognitive dissonance. And then they're like, well, I don't listen to that person anyway. Or they be like, I don't take health advice from Joe Biden. He ain't no scientist. And it's like they're not mad about it. But want Trump impeached, talking about he was telling y'all to take bleach. I thought you don't listen to people who ain't scientists about health advice. What does it matter? You know what I'm saying? Your confirmation bias is showing, brother. I mean, your special pleading is crazy. The scientific double standards. What methodology are you using to grade these papers, brother?
It cannot use a vaccinated person as a host to go get more people. That means the vaccines will get us to the end of this if we just go fast enough to get the whole population.
Yeah, there was a lot wrong with what she said. A lot of misinformation in one statement. But again, we see that the censorship really only goes to one side. And I just want to highlight that. Yeah, I guess they're allowed to spread misinformation. One side is. If you're a Democrat, you can spread misinformation, and it's not a problem. As long as you're doing it at the behest of Big Pharma and pushing what they want. You know, Big Pharma pays her budget. She gets paid $30,000 an episode. Would you get up there and lie for $30,000? I might take a check. I'm convinced some of these people in the conscious community getting a check from these vaccine people. They got to be. They got to be the way they ignore certain information and act like stuff like this didn't happen. Like, can I get paid with y'all, brother? Can I get a check? I might get up here and lie for a check, depending on how much they give me and how big the lie is. Until the end, I'm just going to keep telling the truth. So y'all stuck with me. But yeah, let's get into it, man. You know, vaccine hesitancy is at its all-time high right now, mostly amongst people who don't have a college degree and people who actually hold PhDs. I learned that from Christina Parks. Actually, let me play that clip I heard before we get into this data. You know, I like taking my time and slow rolling it. We got all night. I'm not in no rush to go through this stuff. If you're not familiar with Christina Parks, let me introduce you. Let me find the video. And shout out the chat. I see y'all down there. Shout out Melanated Goddess. Where's she at? I can't find her. Oh, let's go into this too as well.
Of the definition of people dying of COVID. So the case definition is very simplistic. It means at the time of death, it was a COVID positive diagnosis. So that means that if you were in hospice and had already been given, a few weeks to live, and then you also were found to have COVID, that would be counted as a COVID death. It means that technically, even if you died of a clear alternate cause, but you had COVID at the same time, it's still listed as a COVID death. So everyone who's listed as a COVID death doesn't mean that that was the cause of the death, but they had COVID at the time of death. I hope that's helpful.
Okay, and shout
Every
out
summer,
sis.
I try to do a little extra reading. Here's a few books I've read recently that you might enjoy. How to Lie with Statistics.
Shout out sis for that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna actually go to an episode I did in the past on COVID deaths being overcounted. I know this podcast was safe. I was really just reading the newspaper articles. And I think I did bring up some science on that one. Let's see what I was talking about on that one. I know at one point they were saying deaths were being undercounted. At a point, people were coming out and saying they were being overcounted, which, I think, I don't know. I think we need to talk about it, though. That's what I'll say. I'll say that much. Why is... Hey, we gonna jump right on in. We about to jump right on in. Now, this is what makes me bring this stuff up. A few days ago, oops, that's the wrong slide. Hold on, let me get to the right slide. A few days ago, here we go. A few days ago, this was on CNN. Okay. Op-ed, U.S. overcounting COVID deaths and hospitalizations. Okay. And it was also on Fox News and in the Washington Post. So, I'm not just bringing this up to bring this up. This is new news for you guys. And in case you guys missed this, bam, I'm on their ass. I'm on their heels and I'm on your ass. You feel me? Let me see what y'all see. What's Hey, I'm still on the screen. Okay, let me make it big. Get this out of here. Doctor tells skeptical CNN host that COVID deaths are being overcounted. People need accurate reporting. Okay, now this was January 17th, 2023. So this was just a couple days ago that they were talking about COVID deaths being overcounted. Okay, now I know you guys may have heard of this in the beginning of COVID, but they're bringing the shit back up because it was actually going on the whole time. It's still going on, and we definitely need to do something about it. Okay. Let me go to the next slide. Ooh, I'm rusty. I ain't did this little podcast shit in a minute. You know what? Before I read this to you, I'm gonna go ahead and play the video so y'all can see exactly what she said. Y'all can hear it straight from the horse's mouth. You feel me? I'm gonna go ahead and let Wendy or Win speak for herself. You did. Okay.
Well, this is the reason why this kind of transparent reporting is going to be so important. There is a way for us to look at death certificates and also to look at the medical records of individuals prior to their death. And I think this needs to be separated into three categories. One is the COVID as a direct contributor, the primary cause of death. The second is, could it be a secondary contributing cause? So, for example, somebody with kidney disease, COVID then pushes them over the edge to have kidney failure. That's COVID as a contributing cause. And then the third is COVID as an incidental finding. So somebody coming in with a gunshot wound or a heart attack and they happen to test positive. I think that we need to separate out and look at the percentages of each. That percentage would have shifted over time as well. In the beginning, probably a lot more people were dying with the primary cause of COVID. That probably has shifted. And I think, again, we need to understand this. Another reason to understand this, too, is a lot of people are wondering when they should get a booster next. When do we need a second booster or another booster? And the only way we can know for sure is to understand who is getting severely ill and when.
That was CNN medical analyst Dr. Leanna Wen, based Leanna Wen, as I call her, singing a very different tune than you might remember. Dr. Wen, who's also a columnist for the Washington Post, recently wrote an op-ed for the paper hammering the point that the number of deaths reported as being caused by COVID far exceed the amount of people who are actually dying as a result of COVID infection.
Supposed to be able to change your perspective or your position. There's no way that new information comes out contrary or contradictory to what you've been told and you should still have the same position. If that's happening, that's called cognitive dissonance. You know, there's a little bit of cognitive dissonance at play, unless you're just not believing, you know, the people who are telling you the bullshit. Now, let me play this for you too. Where is the video of this lady?
Clear in terms of the definition of people.
Now, this is from 2020. Okay, so this was 3 years ago.
I just want to be clear in terms of the definition of people dying of COVID. So the case definition is very simplistic. It means at the time of death, it was a COVID positive diagnosis. So that means that if you were in hospice and had already been given, you know, a few weeks to live, and then you also were found to have COVID, that would be counted as a COVID death. It means that if, technically, even if you died of a...
Did y'all hear that? Let me bring that back.
If you were in hospice and had already been given, you know, a few weeks to live, and then you also were found to have COVID, that would be counted as a COVID death. It means that if, technically, even if you died of a clear alternate cause, but you had COVID at the same time, it's still listed as a COVID death. So everyone who's listed as a COVID death doesn't mean that that was the cause of the death, but they had COVID at the time of death. I hope that's helpful.
Okay, and this is the director of the Department of Public Health for Chicago, okay? This came out 3 years ago. But let me show you how they spin this 3 years ago. This is what they do 3 years ago, okay? Hold on, that's the wrong slide. 3 years ago, here's how they try to play it. Fauci debunks coronavirus death misinformation promoted by Trump. You see that? They try to blame it. They try to make it a Trump theory. Debunking the false claim that COVID death counts are inflated. President Trump and other conspiracy fantasists touted that the fake claim that COVID death counts are exaggerated, but three kinds of evidence point to more than 350,000 deaths. Okay, you know, you see how they tried to make this a Trump conspiracy theory? Like, Trump didn't say that. I just showed you the director for the Department of Public Health saying that. Okay. Now, this article is from Public Health. A persistent falsehood has been circulating on social media. The number of COVID deaths is much lower than the official statistic, and therefore the danger of the disease has been overblown. In August, President Donald Trump retweeted a post claiming that only 6% of those reported deaths were actually from COVID-19. The tweet originated from a follower of the debunked conspiracy theory fantasy QAnon. So they're trying to make this a QAnon theory. You see how they try to divide the country? You see how they try to divide the country? And they try to make it seem like Trump is the one, dividing the country. No.
Every summer.
This was the
I just want to be
director of the
clear in
Department
terms of the definition of
Public
people
Health.
dying of COVID. So the case definition is very simplistic. It means at the time of death, it was a COVID positive diagnosis. So that means that if you were in hospice and had.
And what's crazy is that 3 years ago, if you repeated this, they would take your page down. You would be deplatformed for this. You would have fact checkers all over your post, blocking your post if you were to repeat what the director of the Department of Public Health said to the public. The reason that they were lying back then was because they needed to scare you guys into getting the vaccination. They were using fear tactics, okay? And I'm going to let this play to the end so that way I want you guys to see something.
Already been given, a few weeks to live, and then you also were found to have COVID, that would be counted as a COVID death. It means that even if you died of a clear alternate cause, but you had COVID at the same time, it's still listed as a COVID death. So everyone who's listed as a COVID death doesn't mean that that was the cause of the death, but they had COVID at the time of death. I hope that's helpful.
Every summer, I try to do a little extra reading. Here's a few books I've read recently that you might enjoy. How to Lie with Statistics.
How to Lie with Statistics. Now, did you see that book? Why would Bill Gates be reading this book? Okay. How to Lie with Statistics. And, ironic that the COVID numbers are inflated. And, Bill Gates is reading books like these. And it doesn't take a conspiracy theorist to put 2 and 2 together. And hey, honestly, I'd rather be a conspiracy theorist right now because the conspiracy theorists are winning. The conspiracy theorists are winning. We're like 10-0 right now. You feel me? Everything that we've come up with, we've been right on. We've been on the money. The conspiracy theorists are right about the vaccines. We're better off not taking the vaccine than the people who did take this experimental vaccine. But, YouTube will take my video down if I don't let you know that the COVID vaccines are safe and effective, and they do help prevent transmission and keep you from getting more severe diseases. So if I don't say that, they'll take this video down. So with that being said, let's get into the facts, though. You're better off having natural immunity, having gotten COVID, created natural antibodies, so that way you can fight it. You're in a better position than the person who took the vaccine. And we're going to get into the data from the scientists today. Don't believe anything I say. Like I say, always do your own research. And let's check this out. This is a little COVID-19 karma right here.
You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
This video right here is the.
We put a clamp on COVID-19.
This Omicron.
To lead you to getting an experimental vaccine. And, the proof's in the pudding. The data's out now. Pfizer and the rest of those people were forced to release their clinical trials and the data that they used to be able to put this vaccine out. They had to release that data. They tried to make you guys wait 75 years. The judge was like, you got the same amount of time that it took you to release the vaccine to go ahead and release that data. The clock starts now. So shout out to that judge. I'm going to do a podcast on that since I'm just getting back into the swing of things, you're gonna see a couple podcasts on COVID telling them utility. You know what I'm saying? They can't cut the KKK phone line off because they don't like what they saying. You know, but they continue to do it to us daily. You know, I've been in Facebook jail and YouTube jail for podcasts just like this. You know, and we're gonna see what happens. You know, we're gonna see what happens with this one. You know, they had me talking in code in prior videos. You know, but like I say, new facts have come out, so I should be able to say these things without being deplatformed. YouTube definitely still wants me to let you guys know, though, to keep adding context and let you know the vaccines are safe and effective, and that if you get them, they'll prevent major diseases. Yeah, if I don't say that, YouTube will take this video down. So let me go ahead and throw that in there. Let's get back into this, though. It was a hard grab back in the day for people questioning the vaccine. Show. Okay. I already read all of that. And then you see how the media divides the country again. Fauci rejects Fox News promoted theory that coronavirus deaths are inflated. This isn't a Fox News theory. I showed you the director of the Department of Public Health saying it. So, you know, this is how they try to make it seem like anybody who thought that was a conspiracy theorist. You know, these people got caught lying to the public, making them believe vaccines stop transmission. They tried to force mandates on the citizens off of that lie with doctored statistics and got caught. And they tried to hide the test data for 75 years and got denied by a judge and exposed. The only reason I'm able to talk to you guys like this right now about this is because the test data came out. So, you know, it was time for them to stop lying. It was time for them to stop lying for sure. You already know. I don't know. I just had enough of the lies, man. And I'm the type of person, I could see right through that shit. And it's just funny. People hated Trump. You see how when they attach something to Trump, they get everybody to just go along with it without critically thinking. They said these were Trump conspiracy theories. So nobody listened to him. You feel me? You attach something to Trump, you're going to make everybody hate it in 2 seconds. These weren't Trump conspiracy theories. Again, let me play this video one more time for the people who didn't see it. No, wrong one. Where did she go?
I'd enjoy. How to lie with
I just want to be clear in terms of the definition of people dying of COVID. So the case definition is very simplistic. It means at the time of death, it was a COVID positive diagnosis. So that means that if you were in hospice and had already been given, a few weeks to live, and then you also were found to have COVID, that would be counted as a COVID death. It means that even if you died of a clear alternate cause, but you had COVID at the same time, it's still listed as a COVID death. So everyone who's listed as a COVID death doesn't mean that that was the cause of the death, but they had COVID at the time of death. I hope that's helpful.
Every summer, I try to do a little extra reading. Here's a few books I've read recently that you might enjoy. How to Lie with Statistics.
I just want to be...
it don't take a scientist to figure out they were lying to you. You know what I'm saying? This shit is real simple, man. It's real simple. It's funny because they backtracking now. After all the mandates, after all the lies, what they're now doing is trying to act like we never said that the vaccines were going to stop transmission. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That's why you tried to force mandates. What is herd immunity? You need everybody to get vaccinated so that way the vaccine doesn't spread. These were the ideas that they were putting out. This shit's crazy. The shit's crazy. Let's go to this video.
Our Verify team is here to help you sort out fact.
We're never designed to prevent
vaccinated people.
To verify this, and they didn't know. This is what they're coming out and saying about the hot sauce 19 now. The audacity. The audacity of this guy.
wasn't until early February when I was in a meeting that experts at the foundation said, there's no way, there's been too much travel without diagnosis for us to contain this. And then at that point, we didn't really understand the fatality rate. We didn't understand that it's a fairly low fatality rate and that it's a disease mainly of the elderly, kind of like flu is, although a bit different than that.
But they want us to give our kids shots. Why? Why do they want us to give our kids shots when this is a disease mainly of the elderly? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. We're going to go to some numbers now. Let me show you guys some numbers on this hot sauce 19. What's up, Diane? Haven't seen you in a minute. It's been a couple months. I'm back. I'm trying to stay consistent. I'm going to stay consistent. I took a little hiatus. You know what I'm saying? I had to do some spiritual work. I had to get my mind right, get my money up, and I'm back. Oh yeah, okay. We're going to these numbers. Let me stay focused. I'm over here rolling up, talking. Boom. If you get hot sauce 19, you have a 1% chance of dying, okay? These numbers come from the website worldometers.info. Okay, I screenshotted these. It says January 21st. You can get the live updates. I should just go live and show you guys how to navigate the website. Let me see. Versus showing you guys screenshots. I want to see what the actual numbers are today. Okay, but as of January 21st, there was a 1%. If you look to the closed cases to the right, there was a 1%. 1% of the people who contacted COVID passed away. So that means if you got hot sauce 19, you had a 99% chance of living. Okay. The closed cases which had an outcome, there are 101, 893,748, 893 whatever cases had an outcome. Okay, there was oh, that's billions. That's a big number. But yeah, as you see, there's a 1% death rate. This is what they never showed you. They never showed you how many people recovered. Look to the graph to the left. You see this green number down here? This is how many people survived. They never told you that how many people recovered that got it. Definitely look into Tucker Carlson on Fox News exposing. Yeah. What did he say? What did he say? What did I miss? And it's crazy. I'm not usually a fan of Tucker Carlson, but even a broken clock is right at least 2 times a day. You know what I'm saying? He has some shit where he hits the nail right on the head. Actually, a lot more times than not lately. Probably should take this stream out afterwards. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna keep it up and see. And plus, I haven't been on here for a while, so I should have a couple. They got to give me a couple warnings before they just block me. But remember, vaccines are safe and effective, and they do work at stopping to prevent major diseases. If I don't tell you that, they'll make me take this. They'll take this video down. So as long as I keep putting that in there, I should be okay. This is a test video to see if this shit actually works, because I did have a couple videos. Statistics from the CDC say they represent the most deaths right now. And let me read this. The share of, hold on one second. Okay. The share of hot sauce 19 deaths among those who are vaccinated has risen. In fall 2021, about 3 out of 10 adults dying from hot sauce 19 were vaccinated or boosted. But by January 2022, As we are shown in an analysis posted on the Peterson KFF Health System Tracker, about 4 in 10 deaths were vaccinated or boosted. By April 2022, the United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC data shows that about 6 in 8 adults dying of COVID-19 were vaccinated or boosted. And that's remained true through at least August 2022. The most recent month of data shows. Okay, and let's see. I think I have the chart here for you guys to look at. Boom, got it. Okay, and if you start at the top of the chart, you see September 2021. 77% of the people who passed away from this were unvaccinated. Now, as we get down here to August 2022, you see that number down to 42%. So that means 58% of the people who are passing away currently, through the month of August at least, were vaccinated or boosted. So, the tide has turned, more vaccinated, and this is what they were talking about. More vaccinated than unvaccinated died from COVID-19 in August analysis. This is from November 29th. This is, getting vaccinated against hot sauce 19 is the best way to stay out of the hospital and to stay alive. And if I don't say that, YouTube will take this video down. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention and most medical experts, that hasn't changed. Wait, can you guys see me? Let me see. Let me switch screens. No, it's a full screen. Sorry. Let me bring myself on the screen. There we go. Okay. Where was I at? That hasn't changed. Further, the CDC encourages people to get the new bivalent vaccine against Omicron subvariants through uptake of that vaccine has been slow, with a little more than 11% of Americans getting it. Vaccination matters, even as it comes to light that more people who'd been vaccinated against hot sauce 19 died in August. And it's funny how they tried to still usher us to go ahead and get this, even in light of the recent statistics. I don't know. If you guys want to, if it works on you, cool. It doesn't work on me, though. Let me finish this little page. Vaccination matters, even as it comes to light that more people who've been vaccinated against hot sauce 19 died in August than those who had not been vaccinated, according to an analysis by Cynthia Cox, Vice President for Kaiser Family Foundation. Cox undertook the analysis for the Health 202, which is published by the Washington Post. So the Washington Post published this analysis from, said Cynthia Cox, at the Kaiser Family Foundation, and the statistics are out, and it scares me because I have family members that, took this vaccine. And now we have to keep an eye out for adverse reactions and reoccurring signs of COVID. So everybody in my family who did get vaccinated has contacted COVID and had COVID again since their vaccination. The statistics show, the data actually shows that if you get the shot, you have a more likely chance of contracting it. This is what the Pfizer data showed, that if you get the shot, you have a more likely chance of contacting a more severe case of it when you get it again. Okay, the newspaper reports that 58% of coronavirus deaths in August occurred in people who'd been vaccinated against SARS-CoV-2. Experts stress that despite this finding, an individual's chance of dying from COVID-19 is much greater if they're unvaccinated. So, hey, even though the statistics say 58% of the people that died this month had been vaccinated, they say an individual's chances of dying from it are much greater if they're unvaccinated. I don't know. Well, the statistics don't really reflect that, but, they have no problem printing it. The fact that more vaccinated people die from COVID than unvaccinated is partly because 80.7% of the population in the U.S. had at least one dose of vaccine, according to the CDC. Is that a misspelling? Actually, that would drive higher numbers of COVID fatalities among the vaccinated. In addition, COVID-19, why is there an R in there? Actually. Okay. That would drive higher numbers of COVID fatalities among the vaccinated. In addition, COVID-19 still preys mainly on individuals 65 and older, which is what I showed you that Bill Gates said is mainly a disease of the elderly, and there's a low fatality rate. So mainly a disease of the elderly. People 65 and older account for 16% of the total US population, but 75% of all COVID deaths. And here's that context that YouTube wants me to add. Such individuals are more likely to suffer from comorbidities. I don't know what that word is. Damn, I couldn't read back then. Let me look that word up real quick. I hate reading past the word and
Comorbidity.
not knowing what it is. I can't do that. So the people, I get it now. Such individuals are more likely to suffer from. Okay. Well, that makes sense with what they were saying about them, the deaths being overcounted. The Post reports that another reason for the increase in fatalities among the vaccinated is that vaccines lose potency against the virus over time, and variants arise that are better able to resist the vaccines. So continued boosters are needed to continue to prevent illness and death. So as we create new vaccines, these viruses adapt, and it's just going to be an endless cycle of booster shots for you guys. Unless you guys just get your own immunity yet. Yeah, like I said, oh wow, I didn't even see all these comments over here. Yeah, like I said, I haven't been sick in years, so this isn't something I've had to deal with. And I didn't take a shot. I stood against it. I stood against the fear mongering and the peer pressure. And I didn't take a shot, and I'm still here. Okay, look up. Okay, I already got that. You see all the very young people that are instantly dying. Shit is crazy. I'm going to do a whole nother podcast on the adverse effects of this. Elon Musk came out Monday telling people how sick I'm doing, and I'm going to do one specifically on Elon Musk. I want to make these their own little episodes. So even if it's only like a 30-minute podcast, I'm going to read a little article about it and give some context. Yeah, I'm going to do once on Elon Musk sometime this week. Former NFL player Jesse Arnold just passed away at age 25. What? Wow, that's news right there. I'm going to have to look into that. Did he take the shot? Australian Olympic bobsledder and rugby player dies suddenly at age 35. What was his name? Yeah, I'm going to look that up too. That's definitely interesting news. Definitely want to see what caused that. Okay, let's see what else I have on this slideshow here. I'll be putting these little slideshows together. Oh, PolitiFact. People vaccinated for COVID-19 do not spread the disease to anyone else. Joe Biden said this. Mostly false, PolitiFact says. So that was a lie. Lie detector test determined that was a lie. PolitiFact. As President Joe Biden heads towards his second year in office of leading the country through a pandemic, he faces the challenge of trying to convince millions of unvaccinated Americans to get the COVID-19 vaccine. The Republican National Committee said Biden has misled Americans about the effectiveness of the vaccine. The RNC tweeted a partial clip of an interview Biden gave to a Dayton, Ohio TV station that aired December 14th. I'll take extra offense to that because I'm from Ohio. You're going to go to Ohio and lie to the people? That's what you're going to do? I don't like that. You feel me? I don't like that. Okay, let me keep reading. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated, he says. Biden said in the full interview. Now, let me pause. I'm reading right here. He says it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. According to the slide that I just showed you, now it's a pandemic of the vaccinated. More vaccinated people are dying from hot sauce 19 than unvaccinated. So the statement that he made that day is no longer even true. It was a lie then, and it is definitely false now. It's definitely false now. You know, it's not a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Look at this. It could never be a pandemic of the unvaccinated at this point. Get your mind right, Joe. Hold on 1 second, Sean. Hold up. Can I hear shit? Check my sound. Make sure y'all can hear me. Okay, I ain't muted. Let me keep going. Let me check these comments while I'm here. 35-year-old middle school teacher, coach drops dead in front of his class after suffering heart attack. He definitely got the, because his wife showed his health record on it. I need names, baby, because I'm going to look these people up. His name is Jacob Sanchez of Bigfoot, Texas. Okay, I'm going to look him up. And that Olympic bobsledder, I'm sure I can find his name by myself. And I'm going to look up this Jacob guy, that teacher. I'm going to look up that Jacob guy. Yeah, it can never be a pandemic of the unvaccinated anymore. Because right here, starting from about the end, from Thanksgiving on, more people who were vaccinated started passing away. And until they release, until new data comes out and the statistics show otherwise, it's definitely a pandemic of the vaccinated now. So that statement is false. Okay, let me just keep going though. Let me quit nitpicking with what he's saying. This is a pandemic of the unvaccinated, Biden said in the full interview. The unvaccinated, not the vaccinated. The unvaccinated. That's the problem. Everybody talks about freedom and not to have a shot or have a test. Well, guess what? How about patriotism? How about making sure that you're vaccinated? So vaccinated is, he's equating your love for your country with vaccination. Do you see the psychological and mental games that they play on the people? Let me keep reading. How about patriotism? How about making sure that you're vaccinated so you do not spread the disease to anyone else? He says if you're vaccinated, so that's what let me pause. He's saying if you're vaccinated, you won't spread the disease to anyone else, which I already showed you was a lie. You see how the peer pressure works? You see how the lies work? You see how the misinformation works? And nobody's taking down Joe Biden's Twitter. Nobody's taking down his Facebook page. I comment on his Facebook page regularly and tell him how bad of a job he's doing. Yeah, me. You feel me? Really out here with it. You feel me? Yeah, I comment on his page. Ooh, hold on, let me be careful. I hit him up regularly to let him know how bad he's doing. You feel me? I ain't scared of you motherfuckers, like Bernie Mac said. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. You feel me? Okay, Simon Dunn. That's the Australian guy. Appreciate you, Diane. I'm definitely gonna look him up. Let's see what this one says. Steven Spellman, age 18, died suddenly on Monday at his college in Arizona. Did he have the jibby jab? Got to find out. Yeah, a lot of the young people are just, they're dropping like flies out here. All right, let me get to this presentation. We fact-checked a similar statement by Biden in October when he said people who were vaccinated for coronavirus cannot spread it to you. We found at the time that studies showed a vaccinated person was less likely to spread the virus, but the risk wasn't zero. We rated Biden's statement half true. Okay. That was before the Omicron variant was named a variant of concern by the World Health Organization. Let me go to the next slide. At the time, Tara C. Smith at Kent State University, epidemiologist. Hey, she's from Kent. Okay, so they're on their Ohio shit today. If you pay attention, they're definitely on their Ohio shit today. He's giving a speech in Dayton. We've got Tara C. Smith, a Kent State University epidemiologist. She said that vaccination doesn't significantly reduce transmission. Oh, vaccination does significantly reduce transmission for vaccinated breakthrough cases, but does not completely eliminate it. A reader flagged Biden's more recent remarks and asked us to look at his statement. Now that Omicron has spread rapidly across the U.S. in December, we wanted to revisit the question, can vaccinated people spread COVID-19? We reached out again to experts to see if their understanding has changed about the role the vaccinated play in COVID-19's transmission. We found that there is not enough data on how many people caught COVID-19 from an unvaccinated person versus, of course, they're going to keep saying that. For the stuff they don't want you to know, they're going to say they don't have enough data on. For the stuff they trying to force down your throat, they're going to act like they have enough. I'm done with these people. I don't even want to keep reading this article. It's pissing me off. I screenshotted this. I don't even want to read it no more. I just got pissed. I just got pissed that they're able to lie to us like this. Yeah, I just want y'all to see what's going on now, man. The social media censors were wrong about. Okay, now I made this list. You got your account removed if you said it came from a Wuhan lab, which it did. So the conspiracy theorists were right about that. Let me bring myself on the screen bigger. Things the conspiracy theorists were right about. Do you go on Rumble? Sometimes if you my email address is astralvibetribe@gmail.com. So if you send me a link to anything, I'll watch it. I love Rumble. I barely check Rumble out though. People usually send me stuff on Rumble and I'll go watch the video and then I'll look up like, oh, this is Rumble. Okay. But Rumble is supposed to be like a YouTube for woke people, like a platform where, people aren't censored or something. Is that what Rumble is? If you look up Stu Peters, one done on January 23rd, the title is All Americans Now Trapped by Vax Status. Let me check that out. I do be having some free time on my hands late at night, so. Okay, the social media censors were right about. You had your account removed if you said it came from a Wuhan lab, or your video taken down, or your post taken down. Some people had their whole Twitter page removed for making posts about this. And they were wrong. You had your account removed if you said America used gain of function to engineer the virus in a Wuhan lab. That turned out to be true. Account removed if you said the vax had adverse effects. That also turns out to be true. The vaccine does have adverse effects. They are far and few in between, but we still need to be warned about all of the possible dangers. We don't need to be lied to about anything. Okay, you had your account removed if you said the deaths were being overcounted. And again, just from the articles today I showed you, that turned out to be true. You had your account removed if you talked about how people getting the vax were still getting COVID. You had your page, your posts, or your stuff taken down if you talked about how vaccines cause COVID to mutate, creating an endless cycle of variants. But again, the vaccine is safe and effective, and it helps prevent you from getting major diseases. YouTube wants me to keep telling you that, or they'll take my video down. So let's keep this rolling. So the conspiracy theorists are like 10-0 over here, and y'all didn't know what y'all was talking about, man. And it's funny watching y'all backtrack and still not want to be wrong. Boom, that's the end of the slideshow. Okay. Well, okay. Let me play this.
Just say before we do that, just as a personal plea from me, if you have been putting off being vaccinated for whatever reason,
now this video is old.
Don't agonize about it. Don't let anybody make you feel bad about that, and get you defensive about it.
This video is Rachel Maddow from when the coronavirus first hit.
Just make a fresh decision now. Take a fresh look at the issue now, looking at what's going on now. No matter why you have put it off in the past, no judgment. Now is the time to actually go do it. Because we really cannot afford you having to go to the hospital right now. If you're unvaccinated, you have a much higher chance of getting this newly transmissible variant we had never seen before a couple of weeks ago. And it's the unvaccinated people who it's going to make sick. And we really just cannot afford for you to have to go to the hospital right now. I mean, looking all around the country, depending on where you live, there's a very good chance there's no room for you in the hospital right now if you need to go. And if you can somehow get a bed,
peer pressure,
because you got COVID and you got sick from it because you weren't vaccinated, if you are able to get yourself into a bed, you're going to be filling a bed that somebody else really needs. So even if you didn't feel like you could do it before, even if you've been holding off for whatever reason, look at it freshly now. Now would be the time. Even if it wasn't okay for you before, it's okay for you to do it now. Honestly, your country needs you.
Wow.
And if you are vaccinated,
your country needs you. She compared it to patriotism the same way Joe Biden did. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like this fear mongering. I don't like this peer pressure. I don't like the misinformation she's spreading. And again, this video is still up. She's spreading misinformation all over the place. Nobody's taking down her channel, her videos. You know what I'm saying? It's cool when the mainstream media lies to you and tries to scare the shit out of you. Yeah, exactly. Hey, I wanted to throw up over here, man. Just watching her try to pump fear into me. The shit is crazy. Nobody's taking her page down.
YouTube announced today that they will finally start taking down anti-vaccine misinformation videos. If you know people in your personal life or in your work life.
Nobody's taking her page down. All that misinformation, she just spread it. Talking about, she was one of the main people telling you to get the vaccine, that it stops transmission. And those videos are still up today. Yep, she's as stupid as, she's getting that check. She's getting paid like $25,000 an episode. Can somebody look up how much she makes per episode, please? Somebody and drop it in the chat. Somebody in the chat, look up how much Rachel Maddow makes per episode. I would like to know how much she makes to come on here and scare the bejesus out of you guys and push government propaganda. And this is why I have a TV. This is why I have a channel. And this is why, my channel be jumping. Because you can't get good news when you turn on the TV anymore. They're lying to you. All I'm going to do is just come on here and point out when they lie to you. So whenever you see me doing government videos or videos on Hot Sauce 19, it's me showing you like, hey, caught him in another lie. Boom, boom, caught him lying again. Let me look this girl up. How much does Rachel Maddow make per episode? Wow. Wow. Well, she makes 20 million in annual salary. And this is an article from wow, this past July. So from NBC, she rakes in 20 million annually to get on here and lie to you guys and drop government propaganda. Yeah. Yeah, you know, and nobody's offered me a check yet. So that's why I'm on here telling the truth. You know, if they offered me 20 million a year to lie to you guys, you know, I might have a show too. You might see me take a show too. They say I got the voice for it. MSNBC, what's up, baby? Hit me up. You know what I'm saying? If I can smoke, even better. If I can smoke on the show, even better. You know what I'm saying? I'll do it for half. Fuck it. Her net worth is 90 million. She's one rich, lying little. I'll tell you that.
Life or at school or whatever.
All right, let me start this over.
YouTube announced today that they will finally start taking down anti-vaccine misinformation videos.
They ain't take her shit down.
If you know people in your personal life or in your work life or at school or whatever who have crazy misconceptions about vaccines or who believe just wildly untrue things about vaccines, anecdotally, at least what I have found in my own life, is that those beliefs, even among smart people, even among otherwise reasonable people, are almost always trace-backable to stuff they saw on YouTube, to a single thing they saw on YouTube. And then because they watched that.
So she said that most COVID misinformation comes from something people saw on YouTube. This is where I got your videos from. So I guess she's not lying. She's not lying there. Because this is where I found her videos telling us that the vaccine stops transmission and that you need to get the vaccine to keep your neighbors safe and your loved ones safe. So she's the number one culprit. More like smart people don't watch mainstream news. Yep. And it's almost like what Denzel said in Training Day. He's like, you know, I'm read this. You know, I know most of it's bullshit, but I still read it because it's entertaining. You know, and if you know how to read between the lines, you know how to look at these articles and really dissect what's going on, you know. So I may read the newspaper and read the article about Ukraine, but I know what's going on in Ukraine. So I see when the propaganda's there, or I see when somebody's writing it from a Western standpoint, as if the Russians are the bullies or they're the ones who are instigating this whole situation when they're not. You know, when we threw a coup, well, I'm not even going to get into all of that. I'm not even going to get into all of that. Let me stay focused over here. That's a whole nother podcast. I'm not going to get into coups and Ukraine and Russia right now. Yeah, sometimes I indulge just to see where the propaganda's at. Because you have to see what you have to see what you're up against. You have to see where the mind of the sheep is. And we know that this is what they're watching and this is what their brain is filled with. So I just watch it to see where they're getting their arguments from. And to it just helps me better dissect them sometimes. But you're right. You know, but if you don't watch the news, you're not informed, you know. And if you watch the news, you're misinformed. So, but you got to know this shit's crazy. So you can't win for losing. No, I'm not on Discord. I need to get on Discord. I've heard other people mention it, but I don't even know what it really is. Is it a platform where I can get paid? Is that what it is? I need to get my followers up. So please share this. No degrees. No medical experience. Somehow he's the leading scientist on vaccines, and you know, make it make sense. I can send you so much information. I can't. Oh, okay, I'm going to get on Discord today.
It's not a long time to test.
No, but it was tested.
Yeah, but Naima, the average is 30. The average is 5 to 10.
Phase 1, 2, 3 trials are all about.
They are tested enough to get data on how to then advise the larger population. Yes, it was tested. For you to say it wasn't tested is a gap between your awareness and understanding how things work and what actually happened.
That's
it was
not
tested.
what he said. He said, well, for 9 months, that's not a lot of testing. That's actually what he said. He never said it wasn't.
Phase 1, 2, 3.
America taking it. What have
Degrassi, Neil Tyson Degrassi, whatever his name is. Look, y'all know who I'm talking about. Shout out him for daring to push back against him. And you know we have a problem when you have astrophysicists throwing their arms up in the air, upset. You know, you know they're not making sense if they have to do all that to try to get their point across. So let's get into this.
From what we knew at the beginning of COVID to what we know today, what do we know about the vaccine today that we didn't know while we were all testing it in America, taking it? What have we learned now?
What do you mean testing it on America? There were tests before it was released.
9 months is not a long time to test.
No, but it was tested.
Yeah, but 9 months, the average is 30. The average is 5 to 10 years. I mean, 9 months is not enough.
Okay, so you have to say,
test.
no, you have to ask. Hold on. It was tested in trials. Okay. By the way, I'm not claiming to be the expert on all this. I read all the same things you have, but I'm a scientist, so I read it as a scientist. Okay. There were trials. That's what the point of phase 1, 2, 3 trials are all about. They are tested enough to get data on how to then advise the larger population. Yes, it was tested. For you to say it wasn't tested is a gap between your awareness and understanding how things work and what actually happened.
That's not what he said. He said, well, for 9 months, that's not a lot of testing. That's actually what he said. He never said it wasn't tested. Now you're getting upset, making claims, arguing against claims that he never made in an attempt to seem like you know what the hell you talking about. Let me go back here.
Okay. By the way, I'm not claiming to be.
From what we knew at the beginning of COVID to what we know today, what do we know about the vaccine today that we didn't know while we were all testing it in America, taking it? What have we learned now?
What do you mean testing it on America? There were tests before it was released.
9 months is not a long time to test.
No, but it was tested.
Yeah, but 9 months, the average is 30. The average is 5 to 10 years. I mean, 9 months is not enough.
Okay, so you have to say,
test.
no, you have to ask. Hold on. It was tested in trials. Okay. By the way, I'm not claiming to be the expert on all this.
You said 9 months is not a long time.
But I'm a scientist, so I read it as a scientist. Okay. There were trials. That's what the point of phase 1, 2, 3 trials are all about. They are tested enough to get data on how to then advise the larger population. Yes, it was tested. For you to say it wasn't tested is a gap between your awareness and understanding how things work and what actually happened.
Yes, it was tested. And they tried to hide those results. A group of Yale, Princeton, and Harvard professors who wanted to help with the progression and check data on the vaccine production actually had to sue the vaccine makers to get the data. Pfizer and them told them, hey, it's going to take us 75 years to get this data ready for you guys. The judge said, hell no, y'all got the same amount of time that it took y'all to release the vaccine to release that data. So he gave them like 180 days from that date to get the data to these people. And yeah, the data doesn't reflect what the mainstream media's narrative of what the vaccines were supposed to do. They didn't want people to see the adverse effects. They didn't want people to see that it didn't stop transmission, because that was the headline. Get this, keep your neighbors safe, protect your loved ones. I showed you 20 times on here. So, they tried to hide this
Was
shit.
tested. If you want it to be tested on millions of people instead of thousands, you can put in for that. You can say, I don't want this unless it's millions. That's okay.
Totally fine with me.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
That's fine. But so based on that, do you say, let's keep testing it while the virus keeps spreading? Okay? Right. So this is the contest between the information you have available to you at that moment and what's going on outside the lab. People are dying. Hospitals are becoming overloaded. So, do you say we have good data on the 1,000? It's not yet at 1 million, in case you wanted 1 million. Are you going to say, let's still do it on another, let's wait another 6 months so we get another 1 million in here? Will you do that as a public health professional?
No, I would have said, allow the individual to still have a choice that's okay with 1,000 instead of a few million. Leave the person have the choice. Not force him to take it or else you're going to get out of the Marines, and you've been doing this for 14 years. Not force him to take it or else you have to quit your job as a nurse.
There's a public health
force versus
there's a
choice.
There's a public health contract that you have signed implicitly as a citizen of a country where in part we depend on each other for health, our wealth, our security, and the like. And that contract is, in the best scientific evidence available at the time, if you do not get vaccinated, you will put other people in this organization at risk, and that organization does not want to take that risk. So
more lies.
You do not.
Caught him lying. You hear him lying right there? If you don't get this vaccine, you're putting other people at risk. People are going to die because of you. Well, guess what? These vaccines don't prevent transmission, and they were never designed to. Already, you know. Do we have to jump back here to verify?
Are not going to get COVID if you have it. And Troy wrote us to ask, I want to know if President, well, for answers, and the CDC, they all agree you can still get COVID even if you're fully vaccinated.
So you heard it from them, from Verify. You can still get COVID even if you're fully vaccinated, and you can still spread it with the vaccination. So this whole social contract that Neil Tice deGrasse, whatever the heck his name is, I ain't putting no respect on his name.
Not have this job anymore if you decline it. You will put other people in this organization at risk, and that organization does. And that contract is, in the best scientific evidence available at the time, if you do not get vaccinated, you will put.
And that's the thing. People would be like, well, that was the best scientific evidence available at the time. You wouldn't know because they censored anybody who had anything different to say than them. So you wouldn't know if that was the best scientific evidence available. We had Dr. Robert Malone, the creator of the mRNA technology, speaking out against this vaccine. They took him down. They took Dr. Shiva down. They took numerous people who were credentialed virologists, a bunch of different virologists. They took their pages down for them speaking out against this experimental shot. And, you know, and here he is, you know, Neil Tice deGrasse, and I'm just showing you him lying to you guys and fear-mongering and pushing government propaganda and peer pressuring people. And, you know, he's upset right now. He's not upset. He's ashamed right now because he has to look back like, damn, I was wrong. They released the data. I was wrong about this shit.
Other people in this organization at risk, and that organization does not want to take that risk. So you do not have this job anymore if you decline it. So with any public health decision, there has to be a consequence to you not participating in that social contract. Is it your job? In some cases it was. But no, we're not going to have the army bust into your home and force a needle into your shoulder. That's not going to happen.
They were trying to.
Well, only put your job at risk, yes.
Yeah, 67% of Americans took the COVID. That's force. That's not a choice. That's a lot of force and coercing and pushing going on. But you can't go to the school unless you're vaccinated against mumps. I think that's bullshit. That's a different country. Yeah, but okay, would you want a country? No, America is supposed to be the one that offers the most freedom. That's what America is supposed to be.
Okay, so watch.
So for example, if you use that argument, somebody may say, well, freedom of choice. I want to choose what I want to do with the body. You're right.
What body?
if you want to get an abortion. It's your choice.
Your own body.
If
Sorry.
you want to get an abortion, get an abortion. If I want to get the vaccine, I get to choose. So you can't force. If I can't force you to get an abortion, you shouldn't be able to force me to get
because it's not about you. It's about people you interact with, and that's the social contract of public health.
We don't even know if the vaccine worked or not at the time.
Yes, that's what the trials are, dude. That's why these trials. Are you missing data out there?
But let me.
No, see, he was the one who was missing data. Let me bring myself up big on the screen. He was the one who was missing the data. He was missing data that this vaccine doesn't prevent transmission. So you getting it doesn't protect anybody. The fuck are you talking about? He has to take this one on the chin though. And he ended up taking a bunch of his comments down that off of Twitter. He went back on his Twitter and took a bunch of his COVID comments down because he was wrong. You know what I'm saying? He's embarrassed. Let me
ask you a question. Are we saying only one type of scientists are right?
No, we're saying that the system in place,
the 16,000 that signed that.
No. The system in place to test vaccines. Yeah. There's an entire system that's in place that with review boards and all of it.
And the average.
That's it.
How dare you challenge the system? That's what he over here like. Oh shit. He over here on his Uncle Ruckus. How dare you challenge the system shit. Hold on 1 second. Gotta drop my phone. Let me unlock my shit. Okay, where was that? All right, let me let this play. Yeah, caught lying. How dare you challenge the system? He over here saw these motherfuckers challenging the system. And he got to take this one on the chin because this is... Now we can't trust you because you was wrong about all of this shit, bruh. You was wrong about all of this shit.
In place. Now you can say, what you can say is, I have a better idea than all these review boards and all these agencies and the CDC. I have a better idea. Here's what you should do. And that would have made everything better. Okay, you can put forth that idea. But what I'm saying is, in a case where you can contaminate someone else, it's not about you. It's about the collective
You're assuming
health.
You're assuming because somebody can take the vaccine, won't get COVID, which, by the way, I don't need to play the clips for you to see it, where everybody said, hey, if you get it, you're not going to get, if you take the vaccine, you're not going to get a Rachel Maddow, Joe Biden. I can give you Fauci. I can give you, and you've seen these clips before.
Yep, you've seen the clips because I just showed y'all a bunch of them. Young OG, the messenger in the building. What's up with you? How you feeling today, man? Peace and blessings to you, man. Yeah, man, caught these people lying, man, spreading misinformation. You know, Neil Tice deGrasse, whatever his name is, you feel me, that went back and took down a bunch of his old tweets about hot sauce 19 because he was wrong. You know, the data actually came out. They don't prevent transmission, but YouTube will take my video down if I don't tell you that vaccines are safe and effective and they will stop you from getting major diseases. So make sure you take them. So there go your little ad. So leave my video up, y'all. But yeah, we caught these motherfuckers lying, man. Yeah, people been having heart attacks from the... Okay, that was funny watching my old video. I think most of what I said was I was funny back then. I was smoking on camera. I was fresh though. Let me take this down and pull up the man of the hour. And while I do that, I'm going to go to a word from our sponsors.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Well, thank you very much indeed for inviting me to talk to you today with regards particularly the cancer aspect, which is focused this session on. But I was asked to give a talk the other day, well, a couple of months ago, to the Royal College of Radiologists, the radiotherapy section. They call themselves AD 51. And I said, do you really want me to talk and tell you the truth? Because up to now, everyone said no, no, no. And they said, no, tell us the truth. So that basically was the title. And I don't need any need to change it at all for any talk. So the next thing is, I just want to say that I come from a position where I've been shouted down that I'm just a professor of oncology. What do I know about viruses and the immune system? But I just put that up to say that I have been associated with lots of aspects of medical research and the major clinical problems, and have a track record of going against the grain and finding something that really everybody said, no, you can't do that, you can't do this. First of all, it was with cancer immunology, but people said that I should actually point out that it was my original observation that the patients with very, very serious autoimmune diseases who were steroid resistant, would be in intensive care and would die on steroids. And the idea that thalidomide had been shown to have steroid resistant benefit, we ended up using that in a patient on intensive care. And the response was just so incredible with this terrible drug that nobody would develop it, no big pharma would touch it. But I said that if you actually took this drug, the good bits, forget about the bad bits, and they said it causes birth defects, etc. I said, yes, but I'm an oncologist. Everything causes birth defects if you give it to pregnant women at the wrong time, my thing. But the bottom line I put this is that this led to a couple of people in America reading about my report and backing it. And this led to the production of lenalidomide and pomalidomide, which are two of the world's best effective cancer drugs of all time and have revolutionized the treatment of myeloma. So I get very annoyed when people say, oh, you've got no track record of doing this, that, and the other, because we've also been doing the cancer immunotherapy now for 30 years, when nobody would support it. I was told all my grants were turned down because they said that, well, we've had a sort of a world international meeting on this, and we've decided that all the idea the immune system can control cancer is an artifact only confined to mice. Well, now, I mean, it's now the major modality for treatment of several major cancers, including melanoma and lung cancer, and 23 other cancer types now improve with immunotherapy. So I just wanted to point out, with regards to where else I come from and where I believe the problem is, right at the beginning, I said that this is a respiratory virus. You must not lock down. It is. I mean, I
went over the top saying it would be the stupidest thing ever to do to lockdown, particularly when we had no quarantine. I mean, 3 weeks into lockdown, we were having Wuhan flights land at Heathrow every day. So the people who involved with this were basically completely academically incompetent, I would say. So I put this slide up just to show that not only did I shout a lot, but I was actually given a platform on this in the Telegraph and the Daily Mail. And so it was. But right at the beginning, I'd been developing an HIV vaccine with my colleague Børge Sørensen in Norway, and we developed a very effective HIV vaccine on the grounds that the NIH, which is Fauci, and the big pharma basically wanted to use the whole envelope, and they spent 30 years doing minor variation of the same. It was Einstein who said, if you keep doing the same thing, expect a different result. They're clearly stupid. And that's how I basically summed these guys up. Børge and I had the same aspect. Get rid of the envelope, just go for the Achilles heel. And that actually worked very well. I tell you that basically to say that when the sequence of the virus became available, he's immediately on the phone and said, let's make a vaccine the same way for the COVID. Just pick the bits which, if they did not exist, the virus would not exist. It is really that simple. So we went through it, and I show you this slide because it was very, very obvious that this virus basically had been engineered. I mean, the only thing I don't expect you to understand any of the details, because none of my colleagues did. But what I want to point out is that there were all these inserts, which molecularly you can see, they had been inserted into the virus in a laboratory. But the thing that convinced us 100% this came from the lab was if you look at the bit highlighted in yellow there, it says the charge of the virus was over 8.24. No charge is over 6 of any natural virus. And these inserts were all deliberately designed to make the virus more chargeable. And my interpretation of this was it was a deliberate attempt to make the virus more like a fridge magnet. So it would lock onto the cell because of the charge. The difference between the cell and the virus would make it much more infectious. And I just put the next thing over it. And it put the next bit over it to point out that we found the charge was so good that instead of just attaching to the receptor, the ACE2, which everybody knew, which affects that's one of the reasons you get all these cardiac problems, etc., we showed that it was able to interact with other receptors. And just for to point out, we noted actually it could interact with the receptors involved in taste and smell. And that these receptors, when stimulated, cause innate immune suppression. So, I mean, we were able to work a lot on that. We published all this in journals, and we couldn't get published for months. We were rejected by everybody, saying this is not in the public interest. We've done a summary of this with Stephen Key in a book called The Origin of the Virus. If you really want to know the details, it is all there. But the point of me telling you all this is that I told everybody that went to the SAGE, it went to the Cabinet, it went through colleagues who knew Michael Gove, everything. So it went to Whitty, all this stuff at Valence, Farrar, and they all decided, no, it wasn't a lab leak, it wasn't engineered, it was natural. I mean, can you believe, we now know, 4 years later, that with the exception of the CIA, everybody agrees now that it came from the lab. The CIA have their own reason, but the FBI actually came out and agreed. So this all just brings me very rapidly to, what else went on? They knew that we were right, but they suppressed it. Now we come to the vaccines. The COVID messenger RNA vaccines and cancer is what the bit I really want to bang on about here. Because first of all, with the COVID vaccines, the messenger RNA, that from my point of view, I was never happy about the vaccines because all that data I showed you, that spike protein everybody used to make the vaccine from, 80% of it is human epitopes, i.e. it's identical. we said that the epitopes are so identical that the platelet factor 4, which if you got antibodies to it, involve clotting and platelet problems, and myelin, which goes with Guillain-Barré and all the other neurological things, were 100%. So this was guaranteed if you gave it. Again, we did the warning. Again, they decided to ignore us. And it's even on the MHRA website that these two are very rare. No, they're not. I know lots of people with these problems. But I want to go focus on to the cancer vaccines, the implication of cancers. I, in my clinic, noted after the boosters were introduced, I did not notice this before, after the boosters were introduced, I was seeing melanoma patients. I had been treated successfully immunotherapy 5, 10, up to 18 years, who came into the clinic and they had relapsed, or they were showing evidence of relapse, and we confirmed they relapsed. Now, I've seen this before, but it's usually always in people who've had sudden, severe depression and immune suppression that goes with it. Usually death, bereavement, divorce, bankruptcy, or something like that. None of these patients had had that. So I go, what have you had? What's gone on? And every case, I found that they had been forced to have a booster against their better need. And it was then I pointed this out, and I was told to shut up because I was upsetting the patients. I checked with my other colleagues. I found that colleagues in Australia, South Africa, America, and Canada were all seeing exactly the same thing, and they're all being told to shut up. This is when I realized this is really unbelievably Orwellian. They're not interested in the betterment of the health. And I then look back at the vaccines. Others will do that. Clearly, we now know they didn't work at all. There was absolutely no prevention of infection. The whole thing was a total disaster. But from my point of view, I was seeing the cancer, and the other people were seeing it. And I wanted to know why. Well, I developed cancer vaccines and HIV vaccines all my life. And one thing I knew, if a vaccine needs a booster, it doesn't work. This is absolutely true. It's the only time there's an exception when it's not actually really a vaccine, and that's when it's dealing with toxins like tetanus or diphtheria, or it's boosting the innate immune system in the presence of constant suppression like cancer. So here we had clear evidence of a relapse following the boosters, and when we overstimulate things, you cause immune suppression. And I'd learnt all that from HIV. HIV doesn't cause AIDS by killing the CD4 cell, which actually is what I discovered. I discovered CD4 was the receptor, so it all made sense, and then it could kill the cell. No, it doesn't. When you stand back and look at it, you get the suppression because you've overstimulated the immune system. So it's hypercharged, it's firing bullets everywhere and missing, and eventually it gets exhausted. That's exactly what's going on with the booster vaccines. It's overstimulating an immune response against a virus which hasn't been on the planet for 2 years. And that's another thing that we actually wrote and distributed right at the beginning, is viruses against coronaviruses, vaccines against coronaviruses, if they work, they will not work for very long at all, because you get rapid variants, and the immune system, when it gets locked in, cannot see those variants. So the idea that we'll give you a booster with a variant showed how really stupid they were, or they were not interested in the facts, just wanted to go on. So anyhow, the great thing was we'd been looking at the T cells and suppression, and we were saved for us having to do it, saying we are the first to show it, the sort of thing that Fauci would say. A group from the States and others showed that after the booster, you get T cell suppression. In fact, one of the groups brilliantly called it T cell exhaustion. So you got rid of the T cells. Then other groups showed there was IgG class switching. Just let me tell you what this is. In a vaccine, you boost antibodies that will neutralize and kill the virus. When you do the booster, you switch those antibodies to those that say, no, we've done our bit, calm down. They tolerate the response, and this is exactly what you want when you have a transplant. You want tolerization. So all of a sudden, we've got evidence that these vaccines suppress the T cell response, tolerize the IgG. This is the perfect milieu for cancer to pop up. The melanoma, we saw it in first, but rapidly we saw it in leukemia, lymphoma, and all the other cancers. And how come this, are we really worried about this? And that is, and it's very relevant to this conference, about the idea that we must focus on some form of detoxification of what's going on in people who've had messenger RNA vaccines to try and reduce all this as much as possible. But we already knew the messenger RNA in particular caused microclotting abnormalities. And then more recently, we found there's a whole range of things that have been discovered, all of which could induce cancer, some of them later on. So this is why I've got so vocal about this. The other thing is that if you keep doing these boosters, you will get this same chronic inflammatory suppression of the immune response. It will get worse and worse. And I cannot tell you the problems I've had with my own medical profession. I've had people who should know better going to get the booster because they're at risk. I tell the booster's going to make you worse. And when they do get infected, they do get worse. They do have a heart attack or they do have a cancer pop up. They say, thank God I had the vaccines. Otherwise, I'm not a comedian. I'm just telling you. And I go, it's beyond belief. This is cognitive dissonance, by the way. The psychiatrists would call this cognitive dissonance. I've made my decision. Everything is going to fit in with that was the right decision. I mean, my simple thing is ban all messenger RNA vaccines. Never, ever, ever. And now I've looked into it a lot more carefully. There's a lot more vaccines that need very careful re-evaluation by the way should be pulled as well. What we've done is we've looked into all the science that's been used to justify everything from the lockdown, the masks, the distancing, all complete utter crap. There's no scientific basis for any of it whatsoever. We started to look at all the evidence about the vaccines induce a good immune response and what have you, and the justification for the boosters on the ground the antibodies fall off very quickly. Antibodies fall off very quickly when you get infected, when you have a vaccine. That's what they do, otherwise you'd have antibodies coming out your ears, which is basically what the simpletons who actually pushed this forward went. And the more I looked at it, the more I realized we had to actually document this. And I just used this little push. And my colleagues and I started writing this about lockdown, but we found there was so much science. They said follow the science. There was no science. People like me shouting. None of us were asked to call in at a debate of this. Not one of us. We were told like post office sub-postmasters that we were the only one. I've subsequently found there was loads of people like me said exactly the same thing to the Cabinet, to Sage, to Whitty, to Vallance, and they totally chose to ignore us. Why? And I basically want to make sure and support you with this, the World Council of Health, that we get in a situation that this can never, ever be inflicted on the British people or the people of the world ever again. I believe we need to hold everyone to account, and I would actually really push for a Nuremberg type investigation on this. We mentioned the WHO. I've always said that we should withdraw from the WHO because they wanted all that power so they could get us to lock down again with one case of bird flu in Mexico. They're terribly keen to do that to push more vaccines, and we have to rise up and stop it. I suspect my time's well over. Thank you.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
mRNA vaccines and the development of cancers that affect the hemopoietic system, the blood forming system, things like the bone marrow that can lead to lymphomas and leukemias. We'll be looking at a case study, and we'll also be looking at the plausible mechanisms. So this paper I'm going to discuss identifies quite a lot of plausible mechanisms whereby the mRNA lipid nanoparticle vaccines could, using sound principles of biochemistry, physiology, and anatomy, lead to the development of cancers. Now, this is taken from this paper here, peer-reviewed, published in Oncotarget, exploring the potential link between mRNA COVID-19 vaccinations and cancer. So that is what it's going to be based on. Very readable paper. Do check it out for yourself. It does get a bit technical when it talks about the case study, but the introduction in the first part is very readable. And also, we probably won't cover this in this video, but there's also been horrendous problems that the author's going to tell us about. Personal message from the author later on, by the way, or one of the authors. He's actually published something else here on censorship in science. We might be looking at that in the future, not in this video, probably in the next one. And the great difficulty in getting things published if they don't fit the mainstream narrative. Anyway, let's get on with the detail of this paper. And as you'll see, it's a very scientific, rational piece of work. So that's what we're investigating. Hemopoietic, blood forming. Poiesis, the formation of blood. Heme, obviously, blood. And this is the article on censorship in science, the difficulty in getting this information out there. This has been coming for a long, long time. I started talking to this author probably well over a year ago now, and this is just something coming out now. So it's been difficult. That's the end of the story. Let's deal with the content, and then we'll deal with the difficulty in the process. But he does say only relentless determination gets dissenting data published in peer-reviewed journals. And by dissenting, I would say analytical, because this is an analytical article. The article is scientific, and as indeed has been peer-reviewed as such, and is written by significant scientists. Now, case study. There's a case study here. Healthy young athletic woman, very athletic actually, developed acute lymphoblastic leukemia and lymphoblastic lymphoma shortly after the COVID vaccine. So to get one is indeed unfortunate. To get two at the same time, well, I'm not a specialist in this. I'm not a hematologist by any means, but I've never looked after a patient who's had both at the same time as far as I can remember. If you're in the field, do let me know. But I think it's very unusual to develop both at the same time. But this was both following a second dose of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine in July 2021. Now, no, that's right. Going on from this, she had. I'm not going to go through the details of the story, but basically, let's say she suffered a lot for a long period of time. And then in 2025, she had some preparatory drugs and what you call total body irradiation. So her body was irradiated to kill all the bone marrow. And of course, when you kill all the bone marrow, you kill all the malignant bone marrow. Very dangerous thing to do. Obviously, I have seen patients with this, and we have to be remarkably careful that they don't get infections. And then she was given a bone marrow transplant from an unknown donor. And at the moment, she is doing quite well. But that's a pretty invasive treatment, and she suffered for a long time. So she had a cell transplant from an unrelated donor. Now, this article is part of an expanding body of literature documenting similar occurrences after Moderna RNA vaccinations, according to this paper that we're discussing. And I agree, I've been seeing these around for some time now. Now, the authors do point out that there's 30 papers describe malignancies developing in close temporal correlationship with Moderna RNA, modified Pfizer and Moderna, modified ribonucleic acid, COVID-19 vaccination. And sometimes that temporal correlation in time, in other words, that the cancer occurs just after the vaccine, or sometimes just a few days. And of those 30 papers, 28 focused on hemolymphoproliferative disorders, in other words, leukemias and lymphomas, basically. And in 4 cases, showed onset at the inoculation site. So the first sign of the disease was where the vaccination had been given. And another 3 were from the lymph nodes. So like if you were given the injection in the deltoid there, that would be drained to these lymph nodes here. 3 cases of the hemopoietic malignancies presented in those lymph nodes. 4 at the site. Coincidence? You tell me. I would have thought not. Yep. So that's 7 close temporal correlations. Now, in Japan, leukemia, breast cancer, lip and oral pharyngeal cancers increased significantly in 2022. Now, this is published in this paper here. And of course, we did review this at the time. And let me show you this paper from Japan. Here it is here. We see increasing age, adjusted cancer mortality after 3rd mRNA lipid nanoparticle vaccine dose during the COVID-19 pandemic. Oh, it's been retracted. Oh, the article has been retracted. That retraction may not surprise you. There's been a lot of retractions of various papers. When I looked at it at the time, I thought it was a good article, I must say. But here's the notification of the retraction. So it appeared to be showing increased cancers in Japan at a population level, but it was retracted. So technically, we can take no account of it because it's a retracted paper. So, as the authors of this paper that we're currently looking at, the paper that we're currently looking at with Dr. Polykritis, in that article, they do notice that there's a critical literature gap, indeed critical literature gap. Absence of population studies varying cancer incidence by vaccination status in order to estimate the true cancer incidence and mortality following COVID-19 vaccination. So we are desperately short of this literature. Now, we know that the British government, for example, does have the vaccination records for people that are given COVID vaccinations. We know they have record of the deaths, the excess deaths in 2021, 2022, 2023. And we know the number of people vaccinated, and we know the excess deaths. Lots of people were vaccinated, and there was a huge amount of excess deaths. The government won't release the data that shows which of those excess were vaccinated. Now, they have to release that information to the pharmaceutical companies, so they know, but we don't know. So papers are being retracted. Data is being officially withheld by governments. Make what you want of that. But the result is that we are very short of literature. Now, technically, of course, the vaccines are pro-drugs, so that they're not actually drugs themselves, they're pro-drugs, they come before the drug. And the gene therapies encased in the lipid nanoparticles rather than natural naked RNA. So some RNA will get into the circulation from time to time, but it's naked, and therefore it's disposed of probably in seconds, certainly within minutes, by the immune system. But if it's in these lipid nanoparticles, it can't get to it. So it's protected. The genetic preparations are protected. Emerging evidence suggests that biodistribution and persistence of modified RNA facilitated by lipid nanoparticles can affect various tissues and organs. And we now know that these lipid nanoparticles are systemically distributed. And we know that an awful lot of them go to the bone marrow, where the cells can become malignant that cause leukemia and lymphoma. It all starts to make potential sense, but much more evidence to come as we go through. So it can go everywhere. It can go to your ears, your toes, your nose, your eyes, your heart, your lungs, your brain, everywhere. Your liver, your kidneys, your intestines, including the bone marrow and other blood-forming organs for sure. So we know these lipid nanoparticles go to the blood-forming organs, where the blood-forming cells are. And if these cells become damaged, mutated, damaged, they can become leukemic or lymphomic cells. I like the...
And let me go ahead and pause this one time, because I did a presentation on this about a week ago. It was on Oncologist's scientific double standards. Let me pull this up, matter of fact, just so that way I can show you what he's talking about. Give a breakdown or an example. Google Slides. That's where I gotta go to. And I'm gonna let it play for one more point that he's gonna make. Then I'll bring it up.
Turn a phrase the authors use: unfettered access through most tissues and organs. They can just go where they want. The lipid nanoparticles means that the lipid nanoparticles themselves and the modified ribonucleic acid is well and truly off the leash and go anywhere. This is why we need a moratorium on these vaccines, genetic preparations, for now, until we know a lot more. Notably, modified RNA vaccines exhibit a particular affinity for the bone marrow, so particularly likelihood that they will actually go to the bone marrow, which of course is particularly concerning, potentially influencing the immune system at multiple levels. So if you affect the...
Okay, here's the problem here. Let me share this. Modified mRNA is staying in the body way longer than expected. So they expected it to stay in the body 2 to 3 days. It's staying in. They're seeing it up to 3 years later. And what's going on is the nanoparticles, the lipid nanoparticles, are leaking to the bloodstream. They're also leaking to the organs, the heart, the spleen, your adrenals, your liver. This is what peer-reviewed studies are showing. So this is already confirmed. The assumption they had was that it was going to remain strictly in the arm, localized to the deltoid. The reality is, some of these lipid nanoparticles escape. They breach to the bloodstream and they distribute themselves all over the body. So this is him talking about how they like the bone marrow, I guess. This is where they're headed. So from from this study, what this study's showing that he's going over. But this is the problem with the mRNA and the spike protein. You have your vital organs producing spike protein, which is problematic. So, yeah, you know, and all they're going to do is try to, you know, come with fallacious arguments to try to sidestep these arguments, sidestep this stuff that I haven't heard them speak on yet. But it's, you know, it's okay. Let's get back to Dr. John Campbell was saying.
The bone marrow, you affect the immune cells. Then, first of all, you can reduce the amount of immune cells, and that means that the immune system is no longer checking all the cells in the body all the time to make sure none are going malignant. Because what happens is most of us most days get cancer, but thankfully at a very early stage the immune system eradicates it, so that immune surveillance can be reduced. But as well as that, if you cause malignant changes in the cells, then instead of getting normal white blood cells, you'll get cancerous malignant white blood cells, which are no good at all. So the irony is that in leukemia, leuc means white, the blood is full of white cells, but they're malignant white cells, so the patients can die of infection because the cells are no good, they're malignant, they no longer do their job. So it can work both ways once the bone marrow is affected. I'm afraid it does make a lot of sense. Triggering both autoimmune disorders and neoplastic processes. So it can cause autoimmunity where the body beats up on its own tissues, and new plastic tissue, in other words, cancer type issues. Neoplastic processes, new tissues are made. If it's in the blood, then the new tissue is the white blood cells and the lymphoma cells that can go all over. And of course, in solid tumors, you can feel the new tissue. By integrating clinical observations and current research, that's good, that's what they do in this paper, we aim to provide valuable insights into the potential carcinogenic outcomes associated with modified RNA vaccines. So quite a lot of detail there already, but there are real mechanisms here. Let's just quickly run through some of the mechanisms. Now, some of them are straightforward, some of them are more complicated biochemistry. I'll just give them a brief explanation, but if you haven't got time for the rest of this video, suffice it to say there are plausible pathogenic mechanisms of cancer causation in the bone marrow as a result of mRNA lipid nanoparticle vaccines.
This is crazy.
So potential cancer-causing mechanisms, oncogenesis, carcinogenesis. We know that spike protein is toxic. And vaccine-induced spike protein lasts for longer than the natural spike. So the natural spike protein will be recognized and dealt with by the immune system quite quickly. The synthetic spike protein hangs around for much, much longer, and indeed for very long periods of time. Indeed, in some cases we've looked at. From memory, I think one case was 700 days, from memory. A double proline that confers greater stability. So there's greater stability in the spike. Not going to go into the biochemical details in that. Don't fully understand it, but the biochemists assure us it's true. We can believe them. And what we also know the synthetic pseudouridine. So the uridine base is synthetic, contained in the modified RNA. They didn't use the normal uridine base; they used a synthetic one, and that's shown mitochondrial toxicity, amongst other things, and a resistance to being broken down by the immune system. It's been demonstrated that this modification can increase the likelihood of +1 ribosomal frame shifting during translation. I better explain this briefly. Some of you know, a lot of you know already, but basically when the DNA message or the RNA message is being so when the RNA message is being translated into proteins, three bases in the RNA codes for one amino acid. And if you shift those along one, then instead of having amino acids 1, 2, and 3, the ribosome will be reading amino acids 2, 3, and 4. and then 5, 6, and 7. So it'll all be out of sync. It'll be shifted forward one. And that means you get a completely different set of amino acids, completely different set of peptides and proteins. And who knows what that could mean? Not the protein that was intended at all, but all these other random ones, some of which could potentially be cancer causing. Anyway, this frame shifting results in the production of multiple peptides products with unexplored effects. What the heck are these things doing? Don't know, don't really want to know, but we might have to find out, unfortunately, because they may be causing disease. This obviously poses serious safety concerns, as only a single antigen was supposed to be encoded by the modified RNA, according to the paper. But of course, that's completely true. Not many undefined peptides with unknown antigenic, numerous undefined peptides with unknown antigenic and autoimmune potential. So what the heck is being produced by this frame shifting? We don't know. Amyloid proteins could be one of them, which we've looked at in other contexts. The lipid nanoparticles themselves exhibit intrinsic cytotoxicity. So even if the lipid nanoparticles are empty, which they're not, but even if they were, they're still toxic to cells. The lipid nanoparticles themselves are toxic, as well as their cargo. Presence of lipid nanoparticle encapsulated the DNA contamination. DNA contamination originated from the residual plasmid DNA. So from the bacteria that the mRNA was made from, we've got this DNA contamination. And of course, we've looked at this in great detail with Dr. David Speaker from Canada, for example, who did a lot of the original work and has published that, finding very large amounts of DNA contamination in the mRNA vaccines that simply shouldn't they be there. And we talked to Josh Getsko, who realized that most of the vaccine used in the trials was produced in a slow, expensive way. And then they did a bait and switch, and the vaccines that actually went into your arm and mine were produced from these E. coli bacteria that are normally found in the colon. Cheaper and quicker to produce, I believe. Rather unsatisfactory situation, but it left us with this DNA contamination, and we know that is not something that we want by any means. DNA integration may include the risk of tumorigenesis, formation of tumors, if insertion reduces the activity of tumor suppressor or increases the activity of oncogene. So tumor suppressor genes, of course, prevent cancer. There are natural genes that prevent cancer. Oncogenes are genes which, if stimulated, can cause cancer. Now, you might wonder why we have genes in our genome that can cause cancer. Well, we don't, but we have genes that stimulate the development of us from when we were a single cell to when we were a baby ready to be born. We need a lot of growth stimulating genes. And if these genes are stimulated in later life, they still cause growth. But this time, of course, we don't want growth, and that growth becomes malignant. So basically, if the DNA integration is reducing the activity of a tumor suppressor gene, that can lead to more cancer. If it's increasing the activity of an oncogene, that can lead to more cancer. Two mechanisms there by which it can cause more cancers. A few more of you still interested. Vaccine-induced T-cell immunosuppression impairing cancer surveillance. So the vaccine can suppress the T cells. And we learned from Professor Angus Dalgleish that these T cells, especially the T cytotoxic cells, are very important for recognizing killing cancer cells at an early stage. A big part of the reason that cancer becomes more common in later life is that T cell activity goes down in later life, thereby
Perfector Danny
to
Gleish.
cancer. But if the vaccines are doing that directly, then
Perfector Angus Gleish did an interview today. We're gonna go over that too, right after this.
That can predispose to cancer by reducing immunosurveillance. Interaction between the S2 subunit of the spike protein and the oncosuppressor proteins. So oncosuppressor proteins come from oncosuppressor genes. Particularly P53 reduces cancer. BRCA1 and BRCA2 reduce cancer. And you probably, breast cancer, this was discovered, the BRCA, the BRCA genes. So if you've got a mutation in BRCA gene 1, you won't produce BRCA gene protein. And because BRCA gene 1 protein is an oncosuppressor gene, if you have less of that, then you have nothing to suppress the tumors and you get more breast cancer and ovarian cancer, prostate cancer probably. So people have natural mutations and that get cancers young. But if there's interactions between this particular subunit of the spike protein and these proteins, then it's a very similar effect. We get reduced oncosuppressor proteins, therefore more onco, because the onco is not suppressed, and of course onco is cancer. Yep. The impairment of type 1 interferon signaling, which is all sorts of things, increased transformation of growth factor beta alpha production, vaccine begins to accumulate rapidly, particularly in the bone marrow. So this interferon and things, these are all anti-cancer things that are interfered with, therefore making us more predisposed to cancer. And this will make us more predisposed to inflammation and subsequent cancers. Vaccine begins to accumulate rapidly, particularly in the bone marrow after injection. So between 30 and 48 hours following intramuscular injection, the concentration of radioactive labeled nanoparticles in the femoral bone marrow in rats increased by 7.9-fold. That's just in between 30 minutes and 48 hours. Now, what they did here, you couldn't really do this, you could, I suppose, but it was done in rats. You inject radioactive lipid nanoparticles and see where they go, because you can trace the radiation and they go to the bone marrow. And we also know that they do in humans as well, but it's been clearly demonstrated in rats that the lipid nanoparticles scoot off to the bone marrow. 7.9-fold increase in that first 48 hours. Proposed vaccine-induced activation of innate immune pathways, which induce pro-inflammatory cytokines. So basically, the vaccine can increase pro-inflammatory cytokines. Cytokines are chemicals that communicate between cell to cell and increase in this case, pro-inflammatory cytokines increase the amount of cytokines. And we know that if you have more pro-inflammatory cytokines, you have more inflammation, and we know that inflammation predisposes to cancer. It all makes sense. I am afraid it all makes sense. I mean, we first learned about this years ago. Professor Angus Dalgleish told us about it, leading oncologist, that he's noting in some of his melanoma patients who've been stable for 5, 10, 15, I think one for 20 years after they had the injection, that the melanoma's reactivated. So we've got new cancers appearing, as in this tragically young woman in the case study, and in people that have been managed for a long time. We're getting recurrence of cancers. Sadly, those two pieces of evidence support each other. This cytokine milieu activates I'm not going to go into this, but the STAT3 pathway, which promotes malignant T cell proliferation. So malignant white blood cells, cancerous white blood cells. It increases the cancerous blood cells' survival and resistance to apoptosis. So what's supposed to happen? Apoptosis is when a cell goes malignant, it's supposed to realize and kill itself. Apoptosis is cell suicide. But these malignant T cells become more proliferative, there's more of them produced, they survive for longer, and they don't commit suicide like they're supposed to. Therefore, they proliferate, causing what's called a T cell lymphoma, which of course is a potentially deadly condition. Repeated vaccination, exacerbation, overexpression, and T cell exhaustion. So the other way around, the T cells just get tired and don't work anymore. Impairing immune surveillance and enabling tumor growth because the cancer cells aren't killed by the T cells. Repeated booster doses correlating with increased levels of immunosuppressive subtype immunoglobulin Ig4. We've looked at this with Professor Clancy. We really have been lucky to talk to some of the real world leading authorities on this channel, hearing directly from the horse's mouth, as it were. And we know that these are suppressive immunoglobulins, the IgG4s. And if you suppress the immunity, you suppress the natural immunosurveillance of malignant cells. So we've got two things going on. We've got stimulation of potential new malignant cells, and we've got suppression of the normal cells. Therefore, the normal immune system is no longer able to combat the cancers. Bad combination of things. Now, I have got a message. I've gone on a bit message longer than I meant to, actually. So I think I'll just post this video And then we'll have a message from Dr. Polykritis in the next video. Let's do that. For now, thank you for watching.
Time it is where you are, but it's really early here for me, especially since I'm a nightclub performer. But I like doing these Friday shows because we get to talk to people who are across the pond, as they say. And this is I'm very excited to talk to our next guest. Dr. Angus Dalgleish is a distinguished British oncologist and a foundation professor of oncology at St. George's University of London, renowned for his seminal research on HIV/AIDS and cancer immunotherapy. He's best known as the co-discoverer of the CD4 receptor as the primary cellular receptor for HIV and for reviving thalidomide as an anti-cancer agent, which paved the way for modern myeloma treatments. He's been active in public discourse, notably standing up to the UKIP parliamentary candidate in 2015 and advocating for Brexit. Welcome to the show, Dr. Angus Dalgleish. Thank you so much for making time to come on here.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor. It's great. Thank you.
So I just wanted, so you're, I've been ridiculed and attacked and talked about, hey, why do you have on all these fringe doctors? And I don't have on fringe. I'd have on people like Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Peter McCullough. They're actually leaders in the field. And you're actually another leader in the field. You were a highly respected cancer doctor, right? For you have nobody has better bona fides than you do. Am I correct?
Well, certainly with regards to how I've got involved in the COVID issue, because I've actually been at a consultant level first of all, as an internal doctor, internal medicine broad. I've been a pure virologist for a short while at the height of the HIV emergency. I've done immunology since the very early mid-70s, and I've actually acted as a consultant immunologist as well as being an oncologist, and then being a foundation professor of oncology, in which I embraced all my past experience, particularly immunology, and that's why I got very interested in this. But I've been very much involved with HIV pathogenesis since 1984, which is when I met all the major players, including Tony Fauci, and I've been all the way through that till now, involved with colleagues designing an HIV vaccine, which actually worked, but nobody seemed to want to know about it. And that's how I got involved with COVID, because it came very clear to us that the route to a COVID vaccine is not through using the spike protein. And that's really how I got involved in all this, because I raised my hand and said, this spike protein is engineered and it's 80% equivalent to human proteins. So if you use that as a vaccine, you are going to get horrendous autoimmunity, which will lead to not ordinary autoimmune diseases, but terrible problems with cardiac issues, clots, strokes, etc. And we warned everybody not to go ahead. They all ignored us.
When did you figure this out?
Figured it out that as soon as the Nature paper released the sequence of the virus from Wuhan, very brave person actually released it. They wanted to be very coy with it. And it was immediately available, obvious to my collaborators with whom I'd been designing these vaccines, that this had come from the Wuhan lab. And that's how I got involved with the first disagreement with Fauci, who went out of his way to say it wasn't. But they said, we will never know. This virus came from the lab because it had 6 inserts in the receptor binding site. And this is not just sequence. My virology and molecular biology colleagues said, oh, this can happen by random. No, it cannot and stay there, because these sequences were positively charged. They didn't seem to understand the importance of these positive charges. And the thing that we did, it didn't take me very long to find the sequences and find that they'd actually been published by the Wuhan lab before, from 2013-16, individually they put a couple in, And the real bit that I went for, I wasn't interested in the details. I'm not a molecular biology jock. I'm interested in the implications. So I follow through and find all the funding has come from EcoHealth Alliance, who get their money from a grant from the NIAID, headed by Anthony Fauci. So, and then I was wondering why he was denying the obvious. I sent him all the papers and everything. It went to the Five Eyes, the network, because our intelligence got involved with it. And yet they covered it up. He had telephone calls with our head of science, Valence, and people, Farrar, and they all decided that there might be something in it, but they would cover it up. This is not science. Basically covering up a proper debate, which, had it not been covered up, I believe would have led to a proper discussion, say, do not use these spike proteins as the vaccine. They will be a disaster. Well, they went ahead and used it, and the rest is history. They have been a disaster, and this is what we're talking about. They covered everything up. I wrote another paper with a different group of friends in which basically we just reviewed 20 years of coronavirus vaccines. In short, they've never, ever, ever worked because they mutate faster than you can make the vaccine, even warp speed vaccines. And when you do induce the vaccine, you perturbate or change the immune response so it will only see the virus, which now no longer exists. It's left the earth. They go in about 3 months and you get a different variant. But it's worse than that, because once you're vaccinated and you get challenged by something similar, you will make antibodies that are only to the virus that's disappeared. And these will actually enhance all variants because they can't neutralize and kill them. So they bring them in and they enhance the infectivity, which is why, I mean, there's a very good data proving all this beautifully, and that's the Cleveland Clinic data, which showed the more vaccines you get, the more likely you are to get COVID.
So you're saying that when you take the COVID vaccine, that it's only going to target your immune system at that specific COVID virus that is already, by the time you got the vaccine, it's already mutated. So it's a worthless vaccine to begin with. But the worst part is that it then makes the new infection you get, it actually makes it worse. That's what you're saying?
Absolutely. Got it in one. And I say, that Cleveland data graph, which is often being shown, and people show it quite happily, it shows that with each vaccine, your chances of getting COVID increase. And the number of people I've talked to who said, I recently had the COVID for the first time. It was awful. And I said, did you have a vaccine prior to this? And they said, of course, I had my boosters. And I said, did it not occur to you that that was a consequence of having the booster? And when people think about it and wake up, they suddenly realize they know lots of people who've only ever had severe COVID after they've had 3 or 4 vaccines. So my point is, it was bad to do it in the first place. It should never have been given to anybody under 70. And when we had these red flags, why did they not stop it? Now, here in the UK, I get bullied by the NHS to have my booster every 6 months. This is a vaccine that I have showed kills people. The more you have, the more likely it is to kill you. So why would they still be doing it? Because they're following this blueprint and template, which leads all the way back to basically Tony Fauci. He seems to have been regarded as the leader and everybody did what he said. And now we know he made it all up. There was no science behind any of these pronouncements or decisions.
So I just want to show you it's funny you bring up the Cleveland Clinic study, because I asked Grok about that. So I asked AI. And of course, whenever you ask AI about anything to do with COVID, it just tells you lies. So I said, did the Cleveland Clinic study show that the COVID vax made you more likely to get COVID and more likely to get sick from COVID the more vaccines you took? Grok says no. The Cleveland Clinic study reported an association between a higher number of prior COVID-19 vaccine doses and a higher risk of subsequent infection, but they did not show or conclude that the vaccines caused higher infection risk or make people more likely to get sick. So that's the official answer. But then if you keep asking questions, it will say this. Well, as secondary unexpected finding, the cumulative incidence and adjusted risk of COVID-19 increased with the number of prior vaccine doses received. So it will eventually, if you corner it and you have to know how to keep asking questions. But if you just ask it straight up, it'll just lie to you. And it as if it's being programmed by Anthony Fauci and say, no, that's not what but you're here telling me that that's exactly what the Cleveland Clinic study showed, that the more COVID shots you got, the more likely you were to get COVID and the more sick you would get when you got it, right?
Yes, yeah.
And
that what is incredible, you've just demonstrated why AI is so dangerous, because AI uses sources of information that are already twisted for the narrative. I've seen one in a question like this answered, and someone showed me how it worked. And it went to the BBC and the Guardian newspaper as the first sources of information. Now, both these sources of information are absolute government lies, and anything that is true is regarded as misinformation. So how can you trust an AI when it basically goes to sources of information which you know are false to start off with? So that's my observation of that. Very, very suspicious.
So now I became aware of you because when you testified, you talked about the connection between the COVID vaccine and cancer. And I just came across this yesterday. This was an interview that Del Bigtree did with an immunologist. And let's listen very quickly what he says, what the mechanism is for the COVID-19 to cause cancer.
You've looked at this mRNA technology. What is your opinion about the safety of the COVID vaccine that was injected into the entire world?
So my background is medical biochemistry and looking at metabolism, including RNA. In my 25 years of working on RNA, what we learned is that if you want to do anything with RNA, you shouldn't modify it, you shouldn't stabilize it, and you shouldn't inject it. So they did all of that. When they came out with this RNA idea, we kind of laughed at it because RNA has like a half-life of 2 hours if it's not modified, not stabilized. So RNA, unless you modify it, you stabilize it, it's actually useless for anything.
They took something that is supposed to leave the body quickly and made it persist.
Exactly.
Why is that a problem?
It's a huge problem because RNA, you should look at it as the blueprint of your house. This is how your cells are translating into proteins, and those actually do the work. So if your blueprint is modified in the middle of the construction pattern, just give you an example, then it's going to be a disaster because it's not the same protein as you designed. Fragments can be formed, and this is the majority of spike proteins after modification of its RNA and injections. The biggest danger is because the template stays in the cell is reverse transcription, making DNA from RNA, and that's the source of aneuploidy, which we all know, physicians, it's more DNA in the cells that is necessary, and that's a cancerous, a transformed cell.
So you think this could end up causing cancer? We're hearing turbo cancers, autoimmune disease issues.
It has a huge impact. If you ask me as a medical biochemist, it's beyond a disaster.
So what he's saying there is that the RNA then infects your cell, your DNA, it changes it, and then that causes cancer. Is that what you found?
Yes, well, my first observations were clinical because I noticed that I ran a big melanoma clinic and I was doing immunotherapy 25 years ago when I was told it wouldn't work, but that is a red flag to a bull for me. It means they just have not perfected and worked at it. And I was able to get very good responses to melanoma long before we had these big checkpoint inhibitors like Keytruda, etc. And I had these patients done incredibly well. And then in the beginning of 2021, which was after it's the end of 2021, I started to see patients relapse who'd been stable for years. One of them been stable for 18 years, stage 4 cancers. So I had 6 in 6 weeks. And, they'd been between 3 and 18 years. And normally you might get a relapse if you get suddenly very depressed or get very overcome with infection or etc. These people were all perfectly happy, except they weren't happy that their melanoma had come back. And so I wanted to know why this should happen. For the first time for years, I started to see relapses like this. And I asked them, as I do, everything, tell me everything. They had all been forced to have booster vaccines by their GPs because they had melanoma. And I said to myself, you know, there's old acronym, and I found it in a virology book with vaccines in it, where it basically said this: as a general rule of thumb, if a vaccine needs a booster, it's pretty sure that it doesn't work. And if you give yet another booster, you'll almost certainly collapse the T-cell response. They knew that 30 years ago. So everybody who brought this out and rubber stamped it I'm accused of gross incompetence for doing this. But I thought, well, this must be happening. And we went to check, because I actually had a T-cell lab, because that's how I knew T-cells control the immune system. And surely enough, these people's T-cells.
That's a pretty bold claim right there. Gross incompetence. You know what I'm saying? And of course, on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have the community of skeptics accusing him of gross incompetence. You know, at least he's a little more reserved with it. But yeah, straight nut. That's what they say about, that's what community of skeptics says. You know, you can expect a bunch of fallacious behavior whenever it comes to these scientists coming out with their studies from the community of skeptics. They're consensus nuts. But I digress. Let me go ahead and let the immunologist, oncologist do his thing. This interview was had today as well. So this is fresh off the presses. This is today's news.
Responses had fallen. But before we got round to publishing it ourselves in a big way, there was a fantastic paper by Vernes Bertes, who came out of Madrid, who had a paper which was absolutely beautiful. It said, T-cell exhaustion after third CoV-2 SARS vaccine in cancer patients. And they had dozens and dozens of these patients, and they showed that the T-cell collapsed. Now, for me, that was enough, because you've lost the control. T-cells control your cancer, especially if the cancer's been controlled by immunotherapy. But, you know, I tried to publish this, and I published it in BMJ, so online letters, and it was taken down, and with no communication. But I knew lots of people had seen it in that brief time it was up there, because they contacted me from all over the world saying, we're seeing the same thing. And I even got contacted by surgeons who said, we are seeing a total change in people who've been vaccinated, particularly with colorectal surgery. They're seeing them present advanced stage. Instead of 1, 2, cut it out, off you go, they were presenting with metastases in the liver and the lung, and they're presenting much younger. This led to the term turbo cancer, which they all try to downplay, but it's just hyper-progressive cancer, which has been recognized in immunology for years. So I thought there's something else going on here. It's not just the T-cell response, because that wouldn't lead to this sort of turbo business. Something is driving it. And so I started to look at the molecular mechanisms, and I found, as the speakers just said, that messenger RNA goes in and it creates a DNA which integrates into the virus and then keeps pumping this stuff out. The integration is totally random. So these things can integrate next to an oncogene. That's a gene that will promote cancer or cell growth. But if it's switched on permanently, it will give you cancer. So these genes were shown to be overdriven. And even worse, it could show can sit next to a cell with suppressor genes, i.e. genes that will switch off cancers if they get switched on. It's part of the overall control. but they were interfering with all the suppressor gene. Now, I've worked with several scientists, and we had a real problem getting a lot of this, published. In fact, we've got a paper in press at the moment, which I hope doesn't get pulled because of the people that interfere. But we found the same as Eldiri and his colleagues, Wafik Eldiri, who presented at the Senate with me, that he confirmed that they interfere with all these anti-cancer mechanisms. And at the end of the day, we counted at least 12 mechanisms how these vaccines can induce or promote cancer. It's really frightening. Now, just one mechanism is enough to call a red card and say, halt. We don't want to be giving a whole generation of people early cancer. And nobody seems to be of any interest. And all they did, I got accused of spreading misinformation. I said, I'm not spreading misinformation. I'm trying to stop you all killing my patients and your patients. And that's what staggered me. There's no debate allowed. There's no science allowed to be discussed.
So this never happened before in your career. You never saw anything like this kind of censorship, the suppression of scientific.
Let me pause that, because you're right. We've never seen nothing like this conscious community censorship that the community of skeptics be doing, that they're participating in. How much is y'all check, man? I'm convinced y'all agents, man. I'm convinced y'all agents know what they cutting you. Give me a line, brother. Put me on. That's talking shit. But yeah, man. It's a bunch of gatekeeping. He is straight nut. No science is being discussed. And that's why channels like mine are important, man. You know what I'm saying? We not gatekeeping over here. Let's get into it.
Research that you did, the scientific debate, which is essential for science to happen. You never saw this before. What do you think drove this? This seems like as if some kind of Mengele figure took over the whole Western world science. What do you equate this with?
Well, I thought about that very deeply too, and because I cannot understand it. I was brought up in good faith. You do science in good faith. You might make some hypotheses, and you rely on other scientists to show you're wrong and to show, no, this is the way. And gradually science builds up and you get a very good understanding. It can also be knocked off course by another finding that completely knocks away your rationale for your findings. But this was all killed in COVID. I never saw it really in cancer research. I'll be honest there. I mean, everybody seemed to want for the better. I was unaware of any major suppression, cancellation in cancer research. But what was interesting, knowing what I was seeing and know now in COVID, I realized this had been going on very subtly in HIV days. And what was the one thing in common between HIV and COVID? Tony Fauci. Tony Fauci. He was given far too much control. He is a total egotist, narcissist, and dictator, and a very vile person, in my view, because anybody who crossed him, he basically tried to bury them, take away their grants, not give their grants, interfere with grant committees. It was just unbelievable. And I spotted this behavior in the HIV days. And once again, there's a lot of parallels with HIV and COVID. You know, the introduction of fear. Be very afraid, nobody's safe until everyone's safe, all this business, take all these precautions and go to hospital and have these drugs. And in HIV days, it was AZT, which was a repurposed anti-cancer leukemic drug that was deemed too toxic for cancer patients. So why on earth would you use it and push it for HIV when it was known that if you treated the patient well and made them healthy, that they didn't progress fast in the way that it did, saying they needed AZT. In fact, AZT actually caused further immunosuppression. In fact, you could say that there's an age, one of them is AZT, induced immune depression syndrome. So, and that, of course, the modern version of what we saw with AZT in COVID was remdesivir, or as the nurses called it, remdesivir, because it had a 5% mortality rate. You didn't need drugs like this. The ordinary simple drugs, and we've been through all this. I was preaching you just need to treat COVID with standard respiratory drugs, things like high-dose vitamin D, soluble aspirin, the first defense type things, which used to contain interferon or alpha lipids up your nose. And if you got the cough started going down, you use the steroid spray, Becotide, just like an asthmatic. And if it went down below, you use dexamethasone. Now, those very simple things would save the vast majority of people who died of COVID. But certainly in the UK, we followed the same textbook now that Fauci wrote for us, do nothing until they need to go to hospital. And then I found when I was in the States that the doctors were paid for each patient they treated with remdesivir, when, simple real treatments would work very well. I was horrified to find out in the UK, they inflicted a randomized trial on everybody who was breathless in the hospital. They called it recovery. Now, it was 6 different drugs, one of which was dexamethasone, and the only one that was effective was dexamethasone. Well, every respiratory physician worth his salt knows that is mandatory. You must use that. So one of my colleagues calculated that trial killed 4,500 people by designing it so they wouldn't get dexamethasone. I mean, this is the absolute big tragedy and crisis. And again, going back to HIV, Fauci was involved in studies that he wanted a positive study from, or he wanted a negative. We saw this exactly the same in COVID with hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and these things. These were superb anti-COVID drugs. And I believe it was a crime to tell people not to have these, because the only reason they did this is now very obvious. They wanted to be able to inflict the vaccine program on us. And it is well known, if you have something that greatly reduces the chances of dying, like ivermectin, you cannot possibly justify a vaccine program. So I think we're uncovering an enormous crime against humanity by the people who pushed all this stuff. But at the end of the day, Fauci was the lead conductor.
But so why...
You don't know what an AI work management platform is? Yikes.
And that's crazy work, if you ask me. Yeah, let's get back into it.
I had someone who worked for this show who bought every piece of propaganda pushed by Big Pharma and the media and Tony Fauci. And I was trying to show him that, no, you're being lied to as usual by Big Pharma and the pharma bought media. And he said, oh, really? Every doctor in the world is going along with this. So I didn't know at the time that doctors like you and doctors like Peter McCullough and Per Corey and Robert Malone were being censored. I didn't know that at the time. So I didn't know what to say back. But, most doctors still go along with it today. And so are you like, how disappointed or chagrined or just mind blown are you by if you knew this stuff and why didn't more doctors stand up and say something, do you think? Why did doctors just go along with this if they knew ivermectin was, I knew ivermectin was a human medicine. I knew ivermectin won the Nobel Prize for human medicine. It saved millions of lives. So doctors must have certainly known this. Why weren't doctors pushing back against this? Why would they go along with this death vaccine and not push a safe drug like ivermectin?
I agree. It is an unbelievable question to ask, but I think I can partially answer it. Is because the control of the health services and the medical councils absolutely punished anybody who didn't obey the path of you must do vaccine, you mustn't give ivermectin, etc. I mean, it was unbelievable. And I know people who lost their jobs. I mean, even somebody who committed suicide because they just couldn't stand it. They didn't have a single COVID death, but they were struck off because they'd used ivermectin. I mean, this is unbelievable madness. And so it is like a warning to the others. So the others got frightened. Other people get put on leave. They get struck off for the most simple things. And I've been defending these people, whether it be in the UK, Australia, New Zealand, and what is incredible, and in other places in Europe. Now, what is actually incredible is that this has come tumbling down from the top in all the countries. It's identical. The first thing you must do is induce fear and prosecute any doctor that steps out of line. Now, I uncovered with a guy, a very good friend and very experienced in law, that all this was highly illegal. Because ingrained, and I'm not sure of US law, I'm not a US lawyer, but at any rate, with regards to Europe and Australia and New Zealand, very, very similar, there is actually embedded in the law a thing called the magisterial formula. It's embedded as a fundamental right. And what it says is that no doctor can possibly be punished for doing the best for the patient, his patient, providing its informed consent, even if it breaches government guidelines. I mean, it's actually there. So they are breaking their own law. They don't even know their own law. So why were they first, rule number one, shoot all the doctors who stray out of line? Why would you do that? I mean, they're completely deprofessional.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the censorship. Let's talk about the fear mongering. This authoritarian regime got their foot on the scientist's neck, y'all. You don't hear too much about it because motherfuckers want to keep their job. Let's go.
My profession that I went into very proudly. I'm now disgusted with it.
So how did Dr. Fauci get the head of the NHS to go along, the people in New Zealand to go along, the people in Australia to go along? So it was a top-down thing. And I know, like here in California, the government actually would disbar doctors who talked about ivermectin, and they did it and it got held up in court. They did it under the idea that that was called conduct. And so that was, instead of being free speech, to give a doctor give his professional opinion to his patient, they called that bad conduct, and they would get them disbarred, take away their license. And so that, by the way, that just got overturned. Pierre Corey's case just got overturned in the United States. So that's a big deal. We're going to cover that Monday. So that's a big deal. So why would so is it just because of big pharma money? Is that really what it was, that they can corrupt every country like that? It all came from Moderna and Pfizer funding. We know that the medical journals are corrupt. We know that. But all like every head of a hospital, the head of the NHS, they were all under the thumb of big money.
Yeah, well, I know with regards to the NHS, etc., that Fauci phoned our top guys personally and basically told them what to think. Their job was to question, what is this guy telling us to do? This is madness. You know, they just did what they said. How he had such power and influence, it is a disaster. And no individual should ever have that again. But yes, indeed, it was top down, because I said, I've been to these places trying to defend doctors who've been charged with being very good doctors, only to find the same phrases come up all the time, the same attitude. And these are in countries which would normally like to preen themselves, oh, we have a much better system than X or so and so to me. And yet they all did exactly the same. But they're all incredibly guilty. We have to reform the system so this can never, ever happen again. And I do believe it all came out, the whole thing came out of their the DARPA plan to basically have everything ready for the next pandemic, without actually realizing. Now, the irony is that if you didn't have these plans for rapid vaccines and do all the research behind them, you would never have a pandemic. And the pandemics have been artificially manufactured by the WHO, which basically has got far too much money, far too much influence, and nothing to do. So they basically are literally manufacturing the pandemics. Now, when I realized COVID came out of the Wuhan lab, no ifs, no buts, 100%, absolutely impossible for any other explanation, what anybody else says. And Stephen Key is one of your best, brightest scientists in the US, also presented to Senate, basically on a basic big computer.
Peace, OTK. How you feeling? Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far? You muted. Or you ain't. Yeah, you are muted. All right, I'll let the video play.
Computerized analysis. He does Bayesian. He does Bayesian mathematical analysis. It showed that the virus was 100% from the lab, or 99.999% recurring. So, we know all that. So why did they all basically stamp this down? Well, the reason I really believe they stamped this down is because they were all pushed into this by Big Pharma, who basically, but this is obvious. I mean, they said, we're not going to invest this money unless we get a guaranteed return. And this all goes back to your 1986 Vaccine Indemnity Act, where you removed the liability from all Big Pharma when there was just a handful of vaccines. And ever since then now, there are about 72. And the checking for whether they are, one, work, or two, are dangerous has been kind of totally removed. Well, having got emboldened with that, they basically want to create new pandemics so they can use all this technology for another pandemic. And I look back at all the past pandemics, and I think that none of them would have occurred if it wasn't for human interference and laboratories and leaks, and that's big. And with regards to your question, with regards Big Pharma, I would just like to point out something that's just recently happened. Moderna have just had a messenger flu RNA vaccine approved by FDA. It was the same panel that uniformly said that on the evidence given, it's not as good as the ones we've got, and two, it's a lot more dangerous. They were asked to reconsider their ridiculous decision, and they 100% changed their mind and said, okay, all right, it's all right, you can have it. Now, why would on the same data you change your recommendation to a Big Pharma? When just think about it, FDA, Big Pharma, complete rotation. On our side of the UK, we have the MHRA, that's your FDA, and the two top people have 50 years between them experience in Pfizer. I mean, this is a total revolving door and a totally unacceptable way for drugs and vaccines to be regulated.
So you're saying that the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, was not created for the COVID pandemic. You're saying that they created the COVID pandemic for the COVID vaccine because they wanted to use this mRNA COVID vaccine. That's what you're saying?
Well, I would say that only a madman would think that. But when you actually look back at all the evidence, they were doing all this gain of function work. Why would you do a gain of function to make an ordinary dopey virus that would just give you a bit of a flu? Why would you make it much more dangerous? And their aim was to make it much more infectious for human cells. And they say in defense, this is so when it gets out or a similar virus comes out there, we can make a vaccine quicker for it. They don't realize the irony. If they hadn't been doing this, it would never have gone out, and there would be no natural virus that caused that type of chaos. And I honestly believe that the other ones, including bird flu and swine flu and things, Ebola, all these ones they try and scare us with, I believe that they're all as a result of this desire
gain of function
to make vaccines or things that, and most vaccines are not needed. That is my other thing that I've come across. I was horrified how I've been lied to by my education. We are really groomed that vaccines are the biggest success story of world medicine ever. And if it wasn't for that, we'd all be dead. And that has to be really one of the biggest con lies. And I mean, I, like everyone else, felt for it. It was COVID that gave me the telescopes and the microscopes to start looking at what's really going on. And it's horrifying how much we've been lied to and misled.
So do you think we'll ever get to a place where the majority of people agree with what you just said?
Hey, let's do another one.
That's an incredible question. Can I just tell you something which I think, I can't answer the question yes or no, but what I can tell you something is that what I have noticed is the more educated people are, the higher up the rank they are, a doctor or a scientist, the more they will disagree with me and they won't change their minds, or it will be very tough. But if I go to my local village and I go into the local pub or so, and the people there, they're not sort of top doctors or scientists, they're workmen, they're builders or a policeman or this, that and the other. Do you know what I find? I find that they've all agree with me. I mean, they picked it all up, they come up to me and thank me, buying me a beer and saying, thank God there's somebody up there who does know all this is going, because they worked it all out themselves. They worked out that, they have got friends who died of strokes and heart attacks after they rolled the vaccine out. And now they've got people, I mean, it's happening to me all the time. I mean, I've had a couple of deaths and people I know very well in the last month, and they'd all received booster vaccines, and they'd both died of turbo cancer. So I don't need to see the patients. I don't need to see all this wonderful data, which I actually have quite a bit here. I've got all the data from Rod Johnson sitting there, how the cancer incidence has gone through, how it correlates with the booster viruses, etc. So I believe that the people out there are gradually coming round to it. The elite, as I call them, the elite whose entire careers and everything depend on funding, but from a very corrupt system, they will be the last to change their minds. But the man on the street, I believe, has already changed his mind. And the young people, I would say the majority of young people have cottoned on that this is a fraud and that COVID destroyed their lives, their education, and if they've had too many vaccines, their health. They know. What the governments are trying to do is drag this into the long grass and drag it out to the point where everybody will say, oh, move on, forget about it. No, that is not what we're to do. They have got to hold everybody to account, like they did Tony Fauci last week, and they have to hold everybody account, and they've got to punish them so nobody ever thinks of doing this again. Because if you don't, it will happen again. That's the whole reason for the WHO.
So just to make crystal clear, definitely the COVID-19 vaccine induces cancer, and cancer that shows up at stage 4 instead of normally how it does with stage 1, 2. It's kind of been called colloquially a turbo cancer. That's definite according to your opinion.
Yes, it's definitely according to my opinion, and it is backed up by just so much data. And this again tells you what's going on. There was a paper published in Curious. It's an article which is a journal that publishes articles that might be a little bit contentious, but it was on the Office of National Statistics of Japan. And it was in millions of patients, and they showed very clearly that each booster vaccine induced more cancers. And that was an interesting paper because it wasn't just limited to what I call the immunological cancers like melanoma, etc. a whole range of cancers. So that was the first one that told me that the possibility of these viruses driving new cancers and promoting old cancers was real. Now, what happened with this? He had been through every kind of review. The results were so important that it was hyper review. It was published, and then a load of bots come up and say, this has got flaws. We don't like the methods. Take it down. The editor said no. I'll send it out to review again. And then he said, there's no problem. Guess what happened to that journal? Nature Springer bought it out and then removed the paper and then said, carry on. This is what's going on at a very, very high level. And colleagues of mine have identified that Pfizer pay a team of people to go through every journal, basically targeting and attacking the editor to remove it if it suggests that its vaccines are anything less than safe and effective. And that is definitely going on. And we know it happened in the COVID boom era. We know that, and this is, you mentioned Pierre Corey, but have you? He did brilliant work with the ivermectin, and it was clear that it worked very well. And guess what? The big pharma were paying your CVCs and Walgreens, etc., to dishonor ivermectin scripts, i.e. to ignore them. Yes. I mean, this is the level. This is the level of interference and corruption that's been going on. And we have to get rid of it, because otherwise we're never going to have good health, actually, because this has made me go all the way into everything. I mean, I've spoken to people who used to work for Pfizer who said the culture there is, we're not interested in cures, we're only interested in expanding markets. Well, that fits with what I see.
So the spike protein, now it's come out in emails and Tony Fauci's diary that he knew it was a bad idea, and he was advised by people. In fact, the guy who discovered the HIV virus there's an email from him to Tony saying, "Hey, this don't do a treatment with this spike protein because this is a bad idea."
Yeah, I think that was Luc Montagnier, wasn't it?
I think so. And
yeah, I think it is. And who, unfortunately, he made a big fuss about it and ended up dying. We don't know exactly why, but some people have been very suspicious because he had tremendous clout being a Nobel Prize winner.
Right. Yes, he won the Nobel Prize, and there's an email from him telling Anthony Fauci, don't do this. It's a bad idea to use this spike protein because it creates, your body's going to attack itself.
What if you had an AI artist? You create it, launch it, and watch it grow. Look at this graph.
The same as I said.
Yeah,
I mean, it's incredible. So there just wasn't one or two or three of us. There was lots of us, but we were all silenced. But just certain people, certainly like me, no one was going to shut me up because I'm past my sell-by date. I don't have to work in order to survive. And so I was prepared, and he was prepared too. But he was a real kind of threat to them. And I must say I'm suspicious because I knew Luke and Bob Gallo too, because I had done this receptor in '84, and we had, probably 4 meetings a year around the world where we all got together, and so know all this. So he was absolutely spot on when I saw Luke. Luke copied me in on this, by the way, so I was aware of this.
So Tony Fauci completely ignored that and went ahead with it anyway. And then this guy who's a Nobel Prize winner who warned him about it and then was going to make a stink about it, he dies suspiciously.
Exactly. Very.
Do you know what the official cause of death was that they say?
No, I don't. I honestly don't. I cannot get anything out other than that they're very suspicious.
Yeah.
That, he wasn't particularly unwell at the time. Why he suddenly died. And people of his age and that, they do die from time to time. But you do get a bit suspicious when he was clearly a major thorn, being a Nobel Prize winner, saying this is mad. I mean, I was saying that this was mad, exactly the same as Luc Montagnier. But it was easy to
dismiss me. Certainly my own colleagues dismiss me as I'm a sort of maverick cancer doctor and I know nothing about vaccines and immunology, which is actually nearly laughable because they know even less.
Yeah. So now someone like me who's actually, I was vaccinated. I took the COVID-19 vaccine on the advice of doctors because I had an underlying condition. And I got a vaccine injured. I had nerve damage, occipital neuralgia. I also suffered from waves of fatigue and body aches, right? So, and I thought I got Pericori treated me for that, and I thought it was behind me, but it's come back recently, and I'm going through it again. And do you have any ideas on how to, so that's the spike protein still, it's still staying in my body doing that. Do you have any idea on how to get rid of the spike protein?
Well, I mean, to me, that is the number one medical emergency that everybody should be concentrating on. And we have lots of potential drugs that can do this. And I know Pierre talks to Peter McCullough you've had on. He's got a protocol for getting rid of this with a lot of various things, which are remarkably similar to the cocktail I've come up to dump down cancer. I mean, vitamin D is really high up there. And then Peter McCullough says bromelain, which is pineapple core extract, has an enzyme in it that seems to dissolve the spike. And then I was amazed that also they have a drug which I discovered independently, and so did Ryan Cole over there, as one of your pathologists who's really
I know
raised his
Ryan.
hand. And we also discovered this drug, low-dose naltrexone, seems to be remarkably good for long COVID and vaccine damage. Nobody knows quite why, but I feel very confident that the research I've been doing on it for 10 years does explain why, because we showed that it's not just the opiate receptor it interacts with, but at the lower doses, it seems to be more anti-inflammatory, and it blocks a unique inflammation system that produces IL-6. Now, IL-6, interleukin-6, was called cancer growth factor, hence my interest. But when COVID came along, that was the one cytokine growth factor that was elevated and that you really had to drive down. And if it remained elevated after you recovered, it was virtually guaranteeing you to get long COVID. So every patient I treated with long COVID with low-dose naltrexone has completely recovered with it. And then there's a whole load of other things that you say you've got this resurgence of other things that will dissolve the spike. And it is possible that we may need to treat people with some of these things for quite long term. But fortunately, a lot of these things, like the bromelain, etc., and even the low-dose naltrexone, is fairly cheap, and they're all have virtually no significant side effects at all in the vast majority of people. And there's lots of other incredible things like. I was told by a doctor who practices sort of healthy medicine, etc., that dandelion root extract was incredibly good for people with spike damage. And I sort of laughed this off, how many other things are there going to be? And then I found a paper showing that dandelion root extract binds to the spike protein and prevents it attacking the ACE2 receptor, which is main receptor. So, there's so many things like that for which there's hope and needs to be done. But I was actually deliberately stopped from investigating this. They wouldn't let me test for the spike. I was told that they would never fund it. So I said, well, I've got some people who probably would fund this. And you know what they told me, the top of my hospital? They said, we'll make sure you don't get ethical permission to do it.
Record, edit, and share your content all in one place with Riverside. One touch recording.
Just think about it. That's mine. Again, the people at the top of a hospital doing the exact opposite of science and making sure that people get sick and then stay sick, literally killing people. And they're
killing people. They are literally killing people.
Yes. And it's it's just it. And so when I have a wave of fatigue and body aches, I get enraged. And I know that's not good to have that mindset while you're sick. It's just going to make you sicker. So I tried. So what is that drug? As you say, is it naltrexone? How do you spell it?
Low-dose naltrexone. Naltrexone spelt Naltrexone. It was it was synthesized in 1986 to bind to the opiate receptor to treat morphine and heroin addicts. And it's very good. It gets about half of them off. But a very bright Dr. Bihari in New York who ran the addiction program noted that when he weaned people off the naltrexone and got down to very low doses, a lot of them, when they stopped, asked to go back on the low dose. And he said, why? Most doctors today would say, don't be silly, go away. I don't want to, I've got you off, bugger off, something. But he was a very compassionate doctor. And he said, tell me why. And they said, a variety of things improved. Arthritis, psoriasis, Crohn's disease, multiple sclerosis. And he was bright enough to realize that these conditions are all sort of autoimmune inflammatory conditions. And perhaps that's what the drug was good for. And it's because of his observations that I set out, I did the HIV receptor for CD4. Well, I said there's another receptor for low-dose naltrexone, and I did the same, what I saw casting the net widely. And that's when we found that the drug blocks the inflammatory pathway that produces IL-6. So if it hadn't been for his insight, I would never have been aware of it. But if you haven't tried it and you're having these waves, I certainly would. Pierre Corey probably put you on ivermectin, I would imagine.
Yes. Nattokinase, ivermectin, a few other things.
Nattokinase is good. Yeah.
There's also now, and there's a new mineral water he's told me to take, and very low dose ketamine.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a great fan of his. So what he's done and his new discoveries and that are just absolutely fantastic, world class. But if you're having this, I would sort of ask him about the low dose naltrexone, because I know he's evolved. I've spoken to him and Paul Marek, who he works with, and with Paul Marek, I know very, very well, and he supports the low dose naltrexone too. So I would consider adding that in.
Will do.
You've relaxed.
Have you heard anything about? I'm not going to pronounce this correctly, but exotromes, or do you know what I'm talking about? Exosome therapy, where they put it in your blood.
Yes, but there's lots of variations on that, so I couldn't comment on any specific way of doing it. But it is said that the spike comes out in the exosomes, and that this is a reason for non-vaccinated people getting infected with the vaccine spike, because the exosomes are being taken from one person and intimate contact spread it.
You're talking about shedding.
Shedding. And I know people who are absolutely convinced they're suffering from vaccine side effects, even though they completely refused it, but their partner didn't. And they're absolutely convinced that it's transferred. And we know that exosomes are the easiest way you take something out of the cell into something else to make it infectious. So that would fit.
Okay. So, yeah, I've been told it's very new therapy. They don't know much about it, but it's supposed to be one step beyond stem cell therapy. And so I've been recommending.
Stem cell therapy is incredibly expensive, so it sounds expensive.
Yeah,
low dose naltrexone is very cheap. It's very cheap.
Yeah, the exosome therapy is 10,000 sessions, $10,000. So yeah, it's very. Yeah. But I'd pay anything to get healed from this. It's horrible.
Well, get him to try you on low dose naltrexone. It's very cheap, and but last time I looked at it, between 300,000 and 500,000 Americans are on it for various chronic conditions.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's not approved for anything, and the reason it's not approved for anything is because it's very, very unprofitable. And so no one's approved it, and that's why it's cheap, because it's long out of the patents, except for cancer, but that's another story.
So let me ask you about you. We brought this up. You brought it up briefly, but I'm just flummoxed by this. That after we have all this data about how bad the mRNA platform is for a vaccine for human beings, and how it makes your own immune system turn on your own body, how it suppresses your T cells, how it turns on cancer and every other horrible thing, and it goes to women's ovaries, and it gets into your amniotic fluid when you're pregnant. It goes into your brain and causes inflation. We all know it causes myocarditis. And now they're coming out with the FDA has approved the first mRNA-based seasonal influenza vaccine for adults 50 years and older. The vaccine is indicated for the prevention of influenza disease caused by influenza A subtypes and influenza B strains represented in the vaccine.
And that just dropped today too. OTK, are you there?
Yeah, bro, I'm right here. Peace to you, man. Peace and love.
Peace. How you feeling today?
I'm all good, baby boy. I'm all good. Hey, man, damn, it was so much. It was so much during that he said. Whew. It's a couple of things, man. I wish you would do another show again on this, and then like after he say like key things, you talk about it yourself and break it down.
Oh yeah. I did a presentation. Next
The
one I
other
got one
day.
coming up.
Yeah, the other day, and you got another one coming up. Facts.
Yeah. I'd actually put this one out first.
Yeah. It's
But a lot of
crazy
this
that
stuff
the
is
demons
stemming off of
are
the same things. You got to echo too.
Oh, my bad.
A lot of the stuff stemming off the same thing. Which was the base information I went over. I'll pull it up again though real quick. But yeah, you're right though. You know, I'll be wanting to let the virologist talk because it's not that often that somebody pulls them up.
So now if anybody got anything to say, they got to deal with this person, not you.
Yeah.
He said something that was key to me.
I like to hear what the other side talking about.
Yeah, he said something that I caught that caught my attention because he's like the second doctor to say this. He said something about the HIV, the AIDS thing. And it's crazy because when the COVID stuff first hit, it was this female doctor that was working. She actually she was there to develop the cure for AIDS. And she was talking about how Fauci and all them boys, how they tested babies in the African village and all of this, bro. Dog, she had the footage to show with the helicopters, all that, man, everybody, they rolled it on her house and they put her up underneath the gag order for a certain amount of years. And then she was able to talk. Dog, I didn't hear from this lady no more after this interview, bro. You know what I'm talking about? You ever ran across that?
Not her specifically, but I've heard stories. Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories.
Yeah, I had the video, bro, and yeah, and she had all the footage when them boys came and she was on a gag order, but she worked in these offices, and she was the one who really broke the story out and say like, yo, Fauci owns a laboratory in China. They been at know what this COVID was because when they went inside a cave, a lot of people died because just the feces of the bats that was on the ground, it was so horrified to where it killed them. So that was a form of COVID. But when they took it inside the laboratory, like bruh said, he ain't call it no laboratory. He said a laboratory. when they took it in there, like he said, man had their hand on it and they had their clutches on it. Man manipulates things, man. Everything is corrupt once man touch it. And that's in the experimental way, man. Like, and they was experimenting, bro.
That's facts.
And A1, let me ask you this. You don't see that it was real funny that all of a sudden this COVID thing came out during all the protesting that was going on in the streets nationwide.
You got an echo still.
Oh, my bad. That's probably because you come out.
Yeah, my homie said that it's gonna be like something that come up soon that's gonna be similar, like another pandemic, I guess. I'm thinking, I don't know. I'm like, what is it like about to be election time again? So they can try to control how people vote, get around.
Well, if another pandemic comes up or another war comes up, it will not be no presidential election during the campaign, because the law says if the United States of America is engaged in any war or any kind of pandemic or any situation like that, it would not be no change of presidency. In so many words, I paraphrase that shit, but mic check. A1, you hear me?
Oh, I'm over here muted. I was saying, yeah.
Okay.
I was looking for another.
And Biden gave Fauci and like his whole staff like immunity, right? Like where they couldn't be prosecuted, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why these people can bring up Fauci name now. People were scared to call Fauci name. Fauci been at the head of the HMO since what, Reagan? I think he been there since Reagan, bro. Well, in the office. He wasn't the head of it. I think he been in that field and up underneath presidency and in that direct field, I think since Reagan, bro. We need to do something on Fauci. I got some research on Fauci now. We need to do something on Fauci. He just skated into the twilight, bro.
No, I think he just got held in contempt today. For I ain't look. I gotta look and see.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, I gotta look and see.
Okay, so I thought Biden had pardoned him or something.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon him from being prosecuted or anything like that, as far as like dealing with deaths involving vaccines. Not in that word setting, but if you know how to read medical terms and you go and study these things, where they telling you in so many terms, that's what it's saying.
Let me see what this video was. I got.
Let's go, bro. Let's go.
I think we owe a great debt of gratitude to science. Science has, in many ways, helped ease the suffering of this pandemic, which was more than likely caused by science. So, and that's kind of all of it. No. Now, listen.
It's coffee. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you. What do you mean by it? Do you mean like perhaps there's a chance that this is created in a lab? There's an investigation.
A chance?
Well,
oh my
if
God.
there's evidence, I'd love to hear it.
There's a novel respiratory coronavirus overtaking Wuhan, China. What do we do? Oh, you know who we could ask? The Wuhan Novel Respiratory Coronavirus Lab. The disease is the same name as the lab. That's just a little too weird, don't you think? And then they ask those scientists, they're like, how did this... So wait a minute, you work at the Wuhan Respiratory Coronavirus Lab. How did this happen? And they're like, a pangolin kissed a turtle. And you're like, no, the name of your lab, if you look at the name, let me see your business card. Show me your business card. Oh, I work at the coronavirus lab in Wuhan. Oh, because there's a coronavirus loose in Wuhan. How did that happen? Maybe a bat flew into the cloaca of a turkey and then it sneezed into my chili and now we all have coronavirus. Like, come on. Okay. What about this? Listen to this.
Wait a second.
All right,
John.
Oh my God. There's been an outbreak of chocolatey goodness near Hershey, Pennsylvania. What do you think happened? Like, I don't know. Maybe a steam shovel made it with a cocoa bean. Or it's the chocolate factory. Maybe that's it.
Yeah. Hey, he making jokes about it, but yo, that same factory that he's talking about that's in Wuhan or that's in China, Fauci owned that. And the scientist that was in America, she was the top scientist who they blamed that was in China for the outbreak. But the crazy thing is, if bat species was already in this cave, and when y'all entered this cave, it killed y'all. If it didn't kill everything else that was living outside of that cave before y'all went in it, the only way that can be transferable is if it's manipulated. Point blank and simple. That's just nature. What you think, eh? You on mute, eh?
Yeah, there's evidence on both sides. I don't know what to believe. I'm just bringing it out because it's definitely wild and crazy. We had the virologist saying that there's no way that it didn't come from a lab. That as soon as he saw it, he observed it. I'm gonna go into that though. I have an episode coming up. Fauci betrayed by his own words because he talks about it in his diary. Then I'm gonna go over some of the evidence. Some people that wrote some papers saying that. Because it's pretty heavy.
Make sure you get his videos when he was getting questioned by Congress and the Senate and stuff like that. That would be good too. Get his videos when they was questioning him.
Yeah, I gotta look some stuff up.
Yeah. And also, see, I thought this was the doctor, that first dude that you had on there. I thought that was the doctor that was from America. It was like him and 3 other doctors that went before the Senate in the House, and they was like, yo, they made us shut down our private practices because we didn't want to administer the COVID shot, the Madura or the Johnson and Johnson or the other one it was. We didn't want to give because it wasn't fully tested yet. It was during the trial period. So us being personal doctors, we didn't want to give this to our personal clients, but them people made them give it to their personal clients, or either they had to shut down. So now when they didn't shut down and they was like, yo, man, I ain't listening to y'all. What they did, they stopped making their job say, hey, everybody got to have this vaccination, to where it even trickled down to the school system. So now what we listening to right now, what you just played, if this thing is causing problems in grown people, imagine how this thing can develop in little kids who got it to go to school so they can keep going inside the school system. Imagine if this thing just develops and become something different within their body. Like they said, cancer later on or whatever. What if it becomes something toxic to the brain?
I hear you. You
What
got
if
an
it
echo, so
becomes,
I'm trying not to talk over you.
yeah,
I'm
what
trying
if
to
it
just let you
becomes
go.
something to the nervous system, bro? And these little kids. See, I'm on my way out, man. I'm almost 50. I'm on my way out. I'm thinking about the youth though. The youth, man. And my kids, them, man, dog, I did not let them take the vaccination. I didn't take it. My wife didn't take it. My mom and dad didn't take it. For real. Man, so much people done died after they took that Johnson and Johnson, that Madera. Well, I don't know if that's the cause of it, but they all had heart attacks. And these was healthy people. So what he's saying is what I'm experiencing, what I see. I don't know if that's true. This is so-called say, hypothetically, from what he's saying. I see these same symptoms, bro, and it's crazy, man. It's crazy. And now that all these people are in Congress and they fighting at Congress, these doctors standing up, every day you will see something about COVID in Congress, bro. It might not specifically say COVID, but they'd be talking about certain vaccinations and certain companies and stuff. Every day they got a case. They fucked us, man. They fucked us. Everybody. That ain't no color line and no nothing. No white, no black, no red, no yellow, whatever. Though they fucked us. Whoever took that test thing, y'all was experiments, man. And shout out to the ones who live, and shout out to the ones who no longer here. Whether you had an underlying health issue, because that's what they like to say, you got an underlying health issue. So, but yeah, we was guinea pigs, bro. Go ahead, bro.
I recognize that voice anywhere.
He was talking to me, talking about me on his stream.
Oh, okay.
Right. So talking shit though. And hit the share button, share that out. Page of this document, what this. I must have tagged you in like 8 tweets today before we got.
Here we go. I'm about to let him.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah, that's another one.
Shout out Max Leisure to the stage.
All right, let's dive into this information here. Let's go to the first page because I was on the previous page, and you want to introduce us to this first page of this document, what this says and what it means, cumulative analysis?
Yeah, more or less what they did was they went through the whole 55,000, pages that was released the other day, and they compiled the adverse event data. Now, adverse events are more or less, so I'm gonna just read the specific definition off for you. I got it right here. So adverse events, let's see. Adverse events are defined as any untoward medical occurrence that follows immunization. So an adverse event can be anything that happens that is not related to what the actual therapeutic is supposed to be doing, but is in close contact with the time of administration of the therapeutic. So most of the time people report adverse events, it's most of the time it's like injection site swelling, a little inflammation. Sometimes you might be dizzy, get a cough, have some nausea, stuff like that. That's the normal things that we think about when we think about adverse events. But it more or less encompasses anything that happens after vaccination has occurred, or after vacation and immunization has occurred. It just counts it within a certain time frame. So it could be any kind of thing that's not actually going towards what this therapeutic is supposed to be doing.
Makes sense. Doug Too Deep, thank you. He said, good and hanging out in the Bitcoin class. Thanks for covering this topic. People need to get the real info about the vacations. Is it true that Modern patented the bug 3 years ago? That's what I heard. That's some information I saw. We ain't talking about it today, but you're Kofi on tight. Welcome. You in the right place, Doug. Okay, so that's basically what this report is about. So we got the table of contents. I will skip past that. Then there's a glossary of terms for the abbreviations. And then we come here and I'm on page 5 now. And I highlighted this section here. It says, for our investigational Beer 19 vacation, BNT 162B2. When they say investigational, I guess this is just the report that they're compiling.
More or less, yeah. So it's saying, okay, so the reference is made to the request for comments and advice submitted on this date regarding this proposal for the clinical and post-authorization safety data package for the biologics license application. So this is basically talking about their EUA licensing and basically all the data that they're putting forward to show that they should be, that they should have this license. And this is just kind of like the reporting that comes along with it. So they have to compile this data because, anytime you put a therapeutic out there or you make XYZ claims, they have to be, backed up. They have to be substantiated. So you have to include all the data that the governing entity, which I think in this case was the FDA, the governing entity that's reviewing the stuff, they have to have all the data there to determine whether or not it's something that they're actually going to allow. And this is pretty much standard for any kind of therapeutic that you use that you're claiming to either treat or cure any kind of disease.
Okay. And then it says here, this document provides an integrated analysis of the cumulative post-authorization safety data.
Right.
Now, this alarmed me because it's like, wait, you're releasing safety data after this thing was authorized? Is that correct? Or is this saying...
That's so more or less it is what it's saying, because remember this has never been, well, prior to this therapeutic was not FDA approved. It was only approved for emergency use authorization, excuse me.
Yeah.
So they're saying the document provides an integrated analysis of the cumulative post-authorization safety data. So this is post EUA. So this is all the things that they collected after they actually put this out for EUA.
Okay.
Which is emergency use authorization.
Okay. And everything else on this page is pretty much standard, right?
Right.
Okay.
So more or less what they're telling you is that this is data from a safety trial, this is data from an experiment because people were being experimented on because this therapeutic was not proven.
Okay. So the data in this report is from an experiment.
More or less, this is what it's telling you, because emergency use authorization. I don't know why I keep wanting to say youth. Emergency use authorization. It's not saying that it's completed all of the rigorous FDA testing standards. It's just saying that there is an emergency that overrides those testing standards in this instance, and they're foregoing some of the safety checkpoints that they would have in these clinical trials to get this therapeutic out. But you have to submit this data because you're still more or less a part of an ongoing vacation trial.
Okay. Then on the next page here, it says an accumulation of adverse event reports, AIRS, does not necessarily indicate that a particular adverse event was caused by the drug. Rather, the event may be due to an underlying disease or some other factors, such as past medical history or concomitant medication.
Correct.
I mean, that's understandable, right?
Right. I mean, and that's being honest about, what's going on. That's one of the few things that is being honest about going on is actually reporting all of the adverse events, because since this was an emergency use authorization, you have to have that data for subsequent studies, subsequent therapeutics based on this one to be made. So it makes sense that you report everything versus underreporting, because underreporting you can miss something, where overreporting is pretty easy to kind of weed out the stuff that's not really relevant to your therapeutic, and it's pretty easy to make sure that all the data that you're wanting to find is actually there. It's easy to sift through a bunch of stuff than it is to go back and look for something that you might have missed.
Indeed. Next piece here, at the bottom of that page, or close to the bottom of the page, right above number 3 results, it says, Monza has also taken multiple actions to help alleviate the large increase of adverse event reports. There's a large increase. That's what they say. It's a large increase, don't it? Okay.
Yeah.
This includes significant technology enhancements and process and workflow solutions, as well as increasing the number of data entry and case processing colleagues. So looks like because there was a large increase of reports, they had to boost the staff. Is that what I'm?
That's what you're reading. So they were getting so many adverse event reports that they actually had to get new staff to process all of them. So. Man.
Hey y'all, we need some help. Niggas is dying. Somebody just came in here with herpes.
Oh man, yeah, man, it's pretty crazy. Like, I mean, obviously, some of that shit is bunk, but I mean, that's concerning when you have something out there where you having so many things that are not associated or like not doing what you want to do, that you got to get extra people to count it. Like that's pretty wild to me.
All right, so under number 311, it says here at the bottom of page 6, cumulatively.
Cumulative.
Thank you. Through I got dyslexia sometimes. And it's midnight. I definitely can't read.
Man, I feel you.
Say it again.
Cumulatively.
Through February 2021, there was a total of 42,086 case reports. 25,339 were medically confirmed. So that's roughly more than half.
Right.
16 non-medically confirmed, containing a total of 158,000 events, 158,893 events. It says most cases were received from the United States. All right. Now, table 1, page 7 here. What alarmed me was the characteristics and the disparity between male and female.
Mm-hmm. That was pretty big.
That's pretty big. It's triple. It's triple the amount.
And it was pretty surprising too, especially because there's been data that's put out, especially with the SARS remix itself being a little bit more I don't want to say virulent, but causing a few more problems in men than women as a whole. Especially with, the amount of ACE2 receptors that men express in their body. We express more than women do. So that's why men were having, a little bit more complications, a little bit more side effects than females were getting from the actual, not just the vacations, but the actual remix itself. So, I mean, that was a little interesting to see that the female relevant cases were much higher than the male cases were.
Okay. You know what alarmed me? All the conspiracy theorists talk about population control, right? And, well, if you wanted to limit the population, well, who would you target? the people who birthed the babies.
Exactly.
I'm not going to talk about the T people. I was going to mention something about the T people. We're going to leave that alone. We're just going to keep this a science conversation. Fatalities, we have a total of 1,223. That's correct, right?
Correct.
Oh, have mercy. Okay, so then in this description below, there's some alarming things happening here, but the main one I saw was nervous system disorders. And the reason why that alarmed me is because what we've been discussing for years, decades, was the autoimmune responses to the vacation, especially amongst Black boys. And what we know about autoimmune is well, the other one was autism. And autism has to do with the nervous system, right? So when I saw the nervous system disorder, which is basically leading, right, outside of administration sites, because you're gonna have people saying, "Hey, my arm hurt," right? Everybody gonna complain about that. But the main one here is nervous system disorders. That's wild.
The headaches, the dizziness. Now, for any kind of vacation, a lot of people do experience headaches. So, I mean, I'm not surprised that this is one of the higher reported cases of highest reported adverse event case reporting. It is a little concerning that it's that high. It's like 10,000 people out of the 42,000 were experiencing headaches. So that's almost a quarter of the people that got this this vacation package ended up with a headache afterwards. And headaches are not natural. Headaches are telling you that something is wrong. Headaches are telling you that you have something inside of your body's trying to get rid of it, or there's too much pressure that's building up inside of the blood vessels around your head, and you're getting this headache. So there's man like this again, it's just adverse events. And it's not to diminish the fact that anybody has had any of these, but I mean, to have so many of them and to have this amount, I really wish that they would put the numbers in context and let us know that how many of these vacation packages were actually sent out, how many people actually took these vacations, so we can have all these numbers in context. But just seeing the numbers and the actual conditions that are up here, man, it's pretty alarming just to see all of this stuff.
Yeah. All right. So then there's the next page is a chart. And then we have on page 8 here in this chart, we have blood and lymphatic system disorders, and then we have cardiac disorders. So for anybody unaware, part of your body's I would say filtration system is the lymphatic system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we see the part of the body that's supposed to keep you healthy is having some adverse events reported, which I believe is alarming. And then everybody's been talking about the heart-related issues. So here we have tachycardia. Did I say that right?
Yeah, tachycardia, yeah.
Tachycardia. And then there's some other stuff down here, normal reactions. But yeah, those two were the most alarming.
So the interesting one to me is on table 2, where it says infections and infestations. Now, what does it say right there?
Wait, what page you on?
This is on page 9. So
Okay.
right below, so it's the first line that actually comes up that has a title to it. It says infections and infestations. So right up under there, what does that say?
It says SARS Remix 19.
So the therapeutic that they said was supposed to stop transmission. If you got this, the remix will stop in your tracks. Like it stops with you. No more Puff Daddy, no more, shiny suit man, no nothing, no dancing. We not transmitting anything, right?
Yeah.
But through February 2021, 4.6% of the patients that got the vacation still got the remix. So y'all knew 2 months into giving these vacation packages that people were still getting the remix. So why is the news still reporting that getting the vacation package stops the remix when you got the data here that says otherwise? We supposed to trust the science though, right? So the science is telling you that what they said is supposed to be doing, it ain't doing it. Granted, it is in a small percentage. Yes, it's in 4.6%, but we got the CEO Eliza on Twitter saying these vacation packages are 100% effective. 4.6% minus 100 ain't 100. Or 100 minus 4.6. Like, yeah, that's, that's quick math, bro. Like, that's not 100. Like, so yeah, man, it's yeah. You gotta. So now you see why they wanted to hide all this stuff from you, because it was like if you were really behind your therapeutic 100% and you knew that it was supposed to be doing what it was doing, why are you trying to hide this information from all these people?
Right.
And then their excuse is, oh well, these numbers can be taken out of context. Well, it's like, well, how do you want us to take them? Like, this is all data from your trials. Like, how is that taken out of context? Like, this is all stuff y'all did and y'all reported. So this is all stuff that y'all gathered. Like, we didn't go out here and tell these people to report this stuff to y'all. Y'all did. So, like, how is this taken out of context? So.
So it's 95.4% effective as of February 20th.
As of February 2021, when they were telling everybody on the news that you gotta get the vacation package to protect everybody that is at risk and the people that you love, but it's people still getting the remix, bro. So, like, how that work?
Oh man! Shout out to Doug Too Deep for the super chat. You are appreciated, sir. Sent in $10 super chat. You are appreciated. All right, let's continue down this. Then it says anaphylactic reaction.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is that?
That's more anaphylaxis is more or less an allergic reaction. So you can go into anaphylactic shock, which is more or less an allergic response. So sometimes people get it when they get like insect bites and things like that, insect stings. A lot of people can get anaphylaxis from like bee stings, wasp stings, stuff like that. It's anything that causes an adverse reaction that can actually send your body into shock. So more or less though, it tends to be an inflammatory reaction or an allergic reaction.
Got you. Yeah, that makes sense. So just so you people know, we're going through this report page by page, so that when you run across your liberal cousin or auntie or whoever it is, you can walk them through this report and say, hey, this is what it means. You don't sound like an idiot. Okay. All right, so I got a lot of highlights here on page 11. This is VAED. All right, and VAED, according to the glossary, we're going to go back to the top here. VAED means vacation associated enhanced disease. That's what that means. So you're going to go back down here to the VAED section. This is table 5. You see it?
I do see it. Mm-hmm.
Now, it says here, second sentence, under description, an expected rate of VAED is difficult to establish, so a meaningful, observed, and expected analysis cannot be conducted at this point based upon available data.
That sounds like an experiment, don't it? But when we said that they were experimenting on people, oh no, they done did all the tests, they done did this, they done did it. Oh, okay, all right, bet. They sit here telling you they can't even, with the stuff they got right now, they can't even give you all the data because they don't have everything that they need. Like they telling you that the available data is not enough to conclude this. So why is this even given emergency use authorization? Like how? Like how does that even make sense?
And if I were to surmise that there could be adverse reactions to the vacation, they telling me I'm fake news and I'm not science.
Meanwhile, the science is sitting here telling you that it can't even science right. This shit is comedy, bro. Like, and this is something that people have been talking about for a while. This is something that the conspiracy theorists been talking about for a minute with the antibody dependent enhancement and things like that. So these are things that were floated for a while. And these are things that people were talking about, but they got censored for. They fake news, this, that, and the third. But I'm gonna let you keep talking about it, because we'll get to the meat and potatoes of this.
Shout out to Breezy. He's not grifting. For everybody who hasn't super chatted, stop grifting and support the favorite channel of yours. Breezy says, shout out to the Texas judge that forced them to release this info, or else it would have taken 75 years. Thank God for Texas. All right, so I got a bunch of highlights here at the bottom of the page. In the conclusion area, right? Conclusion. So it says VAED, which stands for Vacation Adverse Event.
Associated Enhanced Disease.
Associated Enhanced Disease, thank you. May present as severe or unusual clinical manifestations of the bug 19. That's what it says here.
So basically what they're telling you is that people that are getting the severe remix, if you had the vacation, it could have been because of the vacation. Now, not only are you getting a therapeutic that they said will stop transmission, not only does it not stop transmission, it might actually make it worse when you actually do get the remix. Like, man, listen, if this easy to lie and finesse people, bruh.
It says overall there were 37 subjects with suspected bug 19 and 101 subjects with confirmed bug 19 following one or both doses of the vacation.
So you see it. They sit here and telling you, they like, listen, people are getting the vacations, but they still getting the remix, dog. Like, how? Like, y'all said this wasn't gonna happen. You said that no, the remix stops right here, man. Like, we shutting the studio down. You got to walk to northern New Jersey to get the Cambodian breast milk before we release this again. And you sit here with the data and it's telling you, like, listen, people still getting the remix, dog. They still getting it.
The 75 of the 101 cases were severe, resulting in hospitalization, disability, life-threatening consequences, or death. Now, peep this. It says, last sentence here, it says, none of the 75 cases could be definitively considered a VAED or VAERD.
And see, because of the way they worded it at the top, they can say that, because they even say that the data is inconclusive. They can't say whether or not it's actually this, but if it looked like a duck, walked like a duck, quacked like a duck, it probably ain't no damn possum. So I don't know what to tell you there, man. But I mean, technically they are correct. You can't say whether or not definitively it is this, but where there's smoke, which is interesting too, because I did a little, because I've been knowing about a lot of the quote unquote. I'm trying to avoid using the C word because I don't want the alphabet boys on here, but some of the support online, and I told people, I think it was probably about a month and a half ago, I told people I was like, if you want to read something interesting, go to Google and type in Z-Pak, Claritin, and COVID. And so I was like, read the first entry and then tell me what you think. Mm-hmm. So that combination of words brings up a study, I think, from Spain from April 2020, not 2021, April 2020. Now, this document, if you look at it, it tells you it's a case study about a nursing home and observing the remix inside of the nursing home, right? So what they got from this study, people that presented with symptoms, people that didn't present with symptoms. They put everybody on the same regimen. They put them on the Z-Pack regimen, and then they gave them Claritin near like the 7th or the 8th day, right? Now, this is a nursing home full of old people. Now, ain't this the population that, you know, you got to get the vacation for to make sure they protect it, right? The mean age, if I recall correctly, the mean age of everybody from this case study, I think, was 84. Nobody had to go to the hospital. Not only that, 100% of the patients were seroconverted, which means they produced antibodies for the remix. Now, if you break down the numbers, and according to the percentages of, you know, vacation rates, and if you just get the remix straight up, according to the news, what they've been telling you, the number of people that's been hospitalized, even if you cut that number in half, at least 4 of those people from that nursing home should have gone to the hospital. Nobody had to go to the hospital, and nobody died. April of 2020.
Bro, that was right like when it started getting popping. The lockdowns and all of that. So, you know what I find funny about this last sentence? It says none of the 75 cases could be definitively considered as VAED and VA. So RD is respiratory disease.
Correct.
What the A and E stand for again?
The A and E, associated enhanced.
Associated enhanced. Okay. Respiratory disease, right?
So you have some therapeutics that will actually increase the rate of infection of the pathogen that they're trying to stop. I think one of the therapeutics that is known to do that is, I think, the dengue fever vacation. They were finding that, because I think that it's also a subunit type vacation. So they were finding that people that were getting the vacation for dengue fever started getting a worse version of dengue fever, and they figured out that antibodies that were being created by the vacation was actually making people more susceptible to getting dengue fever. So this has been noticed before. There are other therapeutics that have been put out that display this kind of activity, which is why they were looking for it in the first place.
Okay. Then this last sentence here, it says, in this review of subjects with the remix, following a vacation, based on the current evidence, VAED, VAERD remains a theoretical risk for the vacation. Surveillance will continue. They telling you right there, theoretically, that's your ass.
Not only that, it says surveillance will continue. Don't that sound like an experiment? Like, I'm gonna keep coming back to that, because everybody kept telling me, "Oh, the government looked at this and the people looked at this, and this is the science. You gotta trust the science. You gotta trust this. You gotta trust that." And I'm like, bruh, they don't even trust what they did. They sitting there telling you like, "Hey, we gotta keep watching this because we don't really know what's gonna happen." The whole entire time they telling you something completely different on the news.
Come to find out, the news was paid to make them reports too.
Listen, because how much money did Lizer pay for lobbying in the last year? That's what people need to be going to do their Googles about, see how much money these pharmaceutical companies keep paying the government to. You know what? Let me stop right there.
Go ahead and black van pull up outside your house. It's gonna be the last broadcast with Tanah. Next broadcast gonna be a tribute.
So people gotta ask the real questions, man. I mean, I told people, I was like, listen, these pharmaceutical companies, they pay the government more or less to experiment on people, man. That's why you keep seeing all these commercials, all these adverse events where the damn side effects be worse than what the medicine is trying to stop. And it's just like, bro, just give me the shit. Like, just let me get it and get it over with. Like, I'm gonna keep buying this.
I think
madness.
I think that last sentence right there, like, we could just close the document and just end the thing now. But we could, because that last sentence right there says it remains a theoretical risk. It's right there. What page is this? Let me see. Page 11.
Should be page 11 on the double 11 day.
So search criteria, I see a bunch of adverse reactions: respiratory failure, acute respiratory distress syndrome, cardiac failure, cardiogenic shock, acute myocardial infarction.
That's a heart attack, by the way.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Acute myocardial infarction is a heart attack?
Yep.
Oh Lord. Arrhythmia, what's that like when your heart's doing like abnormal
Irregular
shit?
heartbeat. Yeah, irregular heartbeat.
Right. And myocarditis.
That's heart swelling.
Then last line here, it says multiple organ dysfunction syndrome. That's just sound like chaos all up in your body.
That's more or less what it is.
All right, let's go to the next page. Again, women. If you look at the fourth bullet point, they say number 23 or 23 is the number of cases spontaneous abortion.
Ooh, man, listen. I'm not gonna put this person's business out there, but that is something people need to worry about.
You know somebody that had to happen to?
I'm not gonna, without saying names. Yes, I'm pretty sure that was something that happened to somebody that I know. Because this, well, like I said, I ain't put that person's business out there, but
right.
I'm pretty sure that this is something that I know that happened to somebody.
They had the vacation.
Had a vacation, and child was born at a very, I'm gonna say, just unexpected time.
Once again, shout out to Doug and Breezy for the super chats. Thank you for supporting the channel and not grifting like the rest of these people still watching. Let's see here. Yeah, that's kind of wild. That's kind of wild that women are experiencing. I see premature birth, neonatal death. This is just really wild.
And again, they still getting the remix because it says malaise and bug 19, 5 each. It's on bullet point number 4. Pregnancy cases 274. 5 of the cases is malaise and the bug. So people are still getting it, even though they telling people on the news, hey, you get this, protect your granny. Make sure you can hug granny and grandpa at Christmas. Like, man, how? Like, people still getting it. Like, this is not stopping anything.
Right. Malaise. What's malaise?
Malaise is like general laziness, like lethargy, things like that.
Okay. So then they still got the bug 19. Okay. There's some pediatric information here. I'm not sure if there's anything. I didn't see anything at first. I see bug 19 popped up. So some kids still got the I see some facial paralysis here, some lymphatic system malaise.
That was the Bell's palsy. So you remember, I think it was probably like a month or so after they did the EUA. The picture started popping up on Twitter. People faces all like twisted up
Right.
and shit. That's the Bell's palsy. That's the facial paralysis.
Right. So that was in children. Let's see. Then we're on page 14, and the second part here says drug ineffective cases. And you see that, right?
100% effective though, right? 100% effective, but you got a drug ineffective page. Man, you can't make this up, dog. You can't make this up. Like, it's here in living color.
It says here in 722 cases, it was unknown after which dose the lack of efficacy occurred. So they can't really tell which dose.
But y'all hold up, though. But y'all said, hold up. Y'all said,
go get your booster. Go get your booster. We don't know what's gonna happen, but
oh man, you can't make this up, man. You can't make this up. You can't make this up.
People lining up for this shit too, yo.
Yeah, man. You know that fear is hey man, do some shit to you.
Old boy in the chat said death syndrome is a side effect.
Oh
I forget who said
man.
that. Just in the chat somewhere. Oh, Merlin said that. Shout out to Merlin. He said, take your vitamin D. Oh man, they wouldn't let us outside. All right.
One of the best things for the bug, and they telling you not to do it, man. That's just madness all the way around, man. It's crazy. It's so crazy.
Oh man. All right, page 16. Anaphylactic reactions.
So these would be like the adverse the allergic reactions that people would be having.
Right. Okay. So that's the allergic reactions. What is this? Post-marketing AESIs? I gotta look at the top and see what that one is. That's AESI, adverse event of special interest.
Of special interest. So these are adverse events that they're specifically looking for because they think that it might be a serious side effect, or they have an idea that because of the mode of action that this might happen.
Oh, so they looking at it and they like, yo, right here, cardiovascular, AESI, special interest. Catches Camp said, thank you for the super chat, bro. He said, my father-in-law got the bells for 2 months.
Ooh.
Sorry to hear that, man. Shit is not cool. It is not cool. And it's showing a number of cases medically confirmed. 241 medically confirmed. So arrhythmia, a whole bunch of heart problems. We all know about that, right? And if you'd have tweeted that out last year, you'd got banned.
Man, listen. Not if you're Robert Malone, though. You're Robert Malone. Let me shut up.
No, they got him out of here.
They got him out of here, but he found himself on Rogan podcast. A few days later. You have to. I have to question things like that. I don't see how you lose your multi-thousand follower Twitter account one day and you're on Joe Rogan the next day. Like, I'm not hating. I'm just saying, hey, that's interesting that you deplatform him here, but then you give him a platform over here. That sounds like control opposition to me. But I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just a scientist.
I'm gonna just say it's because Joe Rogan's the people's champ.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
That's it. He like, nah, hold up. They deplatform. I got him. I gotta come up here and talk to me, man. All right, so AESIs. My own dyslexia kicking in. It's past my bedtime.
I was gonna say, you sure it's not the past your bedtime kicking in?
I'm getting old, dog. I'm getting old.
Man, it's about to be me too. I just came back from the Grizzlies game and I'm sitting there like, oh God, like this man in here dunking on everybody in here. I'm about to fall asleep. Like, what's going on? John put up 38. I'm in this.
This game. This seat kind of comfortable.
That's exactly what it was, man. So,
all right. So then it says, what is this? Page 17. Okay, so they want to see, are you? Well, that's normal. They should want to see if you're still getting infected with the bug,
right?
So that makes sense. All right. Where else is my next one? Okay, page 19. Facial paralysis. That's what we were talking about, the Bell's palsy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's on page 19. We're just running through this so y'all know how to read this document, like I said before. Catch can, Griff level 5,000. We on the job, man. Midnight education grift, man.
Now, one thing that is interesting on page 20, where they talk about the immune mediated / autoimmune AESIs.
Yeah.
Now, this is something that I talked about like a while back when I first kind of broke down the mRNA vacations, because a lot of people don't realize the mRNA vacations they've been around for a while, and people have tried to get a lot of, or some of these therapeutics actually pass through FDA trials and get approved for marketing. However, they kept finding that the side effects were too bad. And one of the main side effects that really presented was a very strong autoimmune response, especially I think it was through the IL-1 pathway. So you have a couple of different autoimmune disorders that can be associated with IL-1 stimulation. And that's why they're looking for this. And also because of cytokine storm symptoms that happen with the regular remix. So they're looking for things that might develop as a consequence of the remix and because of the antigen that they're using to mount this immune response. So it's interesting that you are starting to see some of these autoimmune cases. You're starting to see some of these autoimmune disorders because you're more or less, what's the word I'm looking for? You're more or less aggravating this pathway on purpose, and you're mounting this immune response, and it's forcing the body to more or less start to attack itself. So you're going to see more of these autoimmune disorders pop up. I think you're going to see a large incidence of people have unexplained autoimmune disorders. You're just going to have, higher incidences of things like lupus, higher incidences of things like multiple sclerosis, like all these things. You're gonna see a burst, like, because they're already talking about a rise in cancer cases, but you're gonna see a burst of weird autoimmune disorders as well. I said this was gonna happen last year because of the mode of action of how this therapeutic works, and because the way this antigen works. You're gonna see a lot of autoimmune disorders.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. For those unfamiliar, let me go ahead and put this on your screen. You are now hold on, let me make sure they can see it. All right, here we go. Let me just adjust it like this. You are listening to Dr. Tanai Ricks, PhD, organic chemist, UTK. What the hell is UTK stand? That's too educational for me.
University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Go Big Orange.
Okay. So that's as an alum. Make sure you get in contact with this brother. Make sure you go to his Twitter. I mean, he's been calling this stuff. I think there's a tweet right here. Your pinned tweet. It's so crazy because your pinned tweet is from 2021, but your pinned tweet is showing you something you typed in 2020. So even your pinned tweet quoting your old tweet is old.
I got tired of people asking me, dog. that's literally what happened. So I just had to put everything together where people see it is right here. This is everything I said was gonna happen. And I mean 90% of the stuff I said was gonna happen, that happened. But it's like, it's basic microbiology, it's basic biochemistry, man. Like they ignored all this stuff for profit. It is what it is.
March 25th, 2020. Here's the dirty secret about these tests for the SARS remix. Be glad Project Rook pointed this out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said anything. There are two types of tests that are currently used. And he goes on and he explains the PCR test and the potential faulties that could occur with that. And he was on top of this in 2020 in March. This is before the lockdowns even hit real good. In March 2020. So when people ask, well, what does Hotep's been told you mean? People, it doesn't mean Hotep Jesus or Uncle Hotep. It's just saying that people that you would label as Hotep, as a pejorative, told you about some shit and you didn't listen. Then it come out later, oh, well, you know, those tests don't work. And he like, nah, I told you this 3 years ago.
Yep.
Right. So that's where
Yep.
Hotep's been told you came from. The people y'all call Hoteps are being proven right once again. But had you listened in 2020, you wouldn't have had these problems. You wouldn't have been fooled. So that's Dr. Tanai Ricks. His official handle is at Dr_TJ Ricks, RICKS. Make sure y'all give him a follow. His pronouns are King, Kang, and Kangs.
Yes, sir, all day.
And you see, we got this luxurious hair on top of our head. He has this wonderful program here. I know some of y'all are balding, but he has the ultimate hair regrowth regimen. So make sure y'all go and check that out.
Still got the COVID plan popping too. I actually updated the COVID or the let me say the remix plan. Yeah, we updated the remix plan. So people that have been dealing with long bouts of the remix or people that have been vacationed, you can pick up the God and we can get that nasty spike up out of you. So you can go ahead and get back to life as intended. I already got a couple people that have gotten on the protocol. Have told me that they've gotten some pretty good results. I just added some stuff just from a couple little Googles I did, and actually some stuff from way back in the day. Got to give a shout out to the brother Minister Inky right quick. A lot of people don't know who that is. That's the original Hotep biochemist.
Yeah.
So that's my dude used to do seminars at Black and Nobel. Shout out to North Philly. And he was talking about HIV way back in the day, and a lot of the things that we can do herbally for that bug, we can also do for this bug, keep ourselves safe and also get back into a restorative mind frame versus just a preventative. So yeah, if you're dealing with the long vacation, you're dealing with the long remix, pick that up and we should get you right.
I'll be tweeting that out. Make sure y'all use my link. Yes, I do get a cut. Thank you very much. Hey man, gas prices is high. I gotta get my money.
Yo, man, it's the first time I've been to the pump too since Putin started flexing on people, man. So yeah, no, I feel it.
Oh man. Let's see here. Sweet James says sheep going sheep. Yeah, sheep going bad. Monique, thank you. He says, thank you, gentlemen, for covering this directly and indirectly. We will all be dealing with this years to come medically and economically. Yeah. Hotep Pop says, is there a detox or solution for the fam to flush that? That's what we just covered. We just covered that. I'll be tweeting that link out. Matter of fact, let me tweet that bad boy out right now. Let me tweet that out. I'm gonna put it on the time on my Is this it right here? Yeah, that's it right here. Let me see. I'm gonna put it right here. I'm gonna say, clean your system of the vacation and beer bug. Now, put that out there. Y'all gonna see it. Y'all gonna see the link. It's gonna tell you exactly how to do it. Don't say Hotep's didn't been told you, because Hotep's been told you. But that's on my timeline now. Make sure y'all go check that out. All right, so where was we? What's this? Page 17? No, page 20, autoimmune responses. So we covered that. Something we've known for a while now, as far as an adverse reaction. Page 21. Does this say herpes, viral infections? At the bottom of page 21?
See that too. Got a little MERS. they said fucking throw all the viruses in there. Why stop with this one? You get a virus. You get a virus. You get a virus.
Oh my God. Jesus.
Man, that's man. I got you know what? Let me not put that out there. But yeah, if you're dealing with that, come on over here. We get you right with that too.
Yeah. Okay. So then I'm on Page 23, I see respiratory failures. We kind of went over that. Then I saw embolism and thrombosis.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's heart stuff too.
That's on. So the thrombosis is blood clotting. So remember, there are some people that were getting the remix and getting the vacation that were ended up having blood clots, and they were having adverse heart events because of that. Blood clots can cause heart attacks as well. So yeah, that's something that was noticed and something that they had to look for as well. And remember, that is also something they had to look for too, because the original remix, it also presents as a blood disorder where it kind of destroys your hemoglobin. So that also makes your blood thicker by default, which would lead to more thrombosis, which is, the blood clotting. So if you're using the same antigen that the actual remix uses too, then it makes sense that you would have at least some instances of that happening as well. So they had to actually look out for this too.
Now, last year, if you would have said that there was a potential of getting blood clots, they'd have banned you. However, the report says your ass might get some blood clots.
Mm-hmm.
Thrombosis and embolism. It's right there. It's right there. Shingles, yeah. Then we come down, more blood-related diseases. Stroke. What's that, like bleeding in the brain, right?
Stroke is bleeding in the brain. Yep. That's a blood vessel bursting in the brain.
So it says here, nervous system hemorrhages. Yep. Cerebrovascular. Yep. So that cerebro mean brain, vascular mean blood, some shit like that. So that means brain blood. Yeah, that's bleeding in the brain. That's a stroke. Black folks suffer from that enough. So goddamn.
And without putting this on top of it, so
right. Then it says here cerebrovascular venous and sinus thrombosis. What is this, in the nose?
Yeah, so that'd be your veins and then your sinuses. You have blood clotting.
Man, your whole head bleeding. You got a headache, a stroke, your nose bleeding. God damn.
I mean, that's what happened with experimental drugs. They have experimental side effects.
Then I seen this shit right here. Vasculitic.
Vasculitic. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I typed in vasculitis.
Mm-hmm.
And then it showed me this little nasty ass picture of somebody's leg. So I'm gonna pull this up on the screen so y'all can see this nasty shit that I saw.
You know the rules. I gotta see it. You gotta see it too.
This is terrible. It's like I don't know. Is this blood clotting on the skin or something like that?
It should be like some kind of inflammation or anything like that, because itis, the suffix always means inflammation. So vasculitis is probably like swelling of the vascular system, swelling of the blood vessels. That's probably what I would think it is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this looks terrible. So there was that situation. And then I think because the rest of this is kind of like what do you call it?
They're dotting I's, crossing T's, talking about error,
right?
Talking about just some of the things that are serious, non-serious. They're just more or less compiling the data and putting it in neat little tables.
Right. Page 28. I see this. There were a couple of issues here with product quality, administration, inappropriate. It says product administration at inappropriate site. I don't know where the fuck you niggas was getting injected at. How hard it is to find a nigga arm. Apparently, somebody got shot in their ass with this shit. It says product administered to a patient of inappropriate age. I don't know what that's about. Anyway, so then you just might as well just hop right to the summary, page 29. And it says summary and conclusion. Review of the available data for its cumulative PM experience. PM experience. What does PM stand for?
Oh, what does PM stand for in this instance?
It's not in their chart. PM. What the fuck is PM stand? Let me see if I can find it. Maybe that's something to do with data. Yeah, it's some abbreviation for data. So what it says here, it says, let me go back to my page now. It says cumulative PM experience confirms favorable benefit risk balance for BNT 162B2. So basically saying, despite all the shit we just showed you, go ahead and take it.
It's better than getting the remix.
It's better than getting the remix. That's what that says, right?
More or less is what they're saying. Is what this risk balance is.
So despise the fact that you got a headache, your nose bleeding, and your brain bleeding, and you got lesions on your leg, and your face is all screwed up. Go ahead, take this shit.
Oh man, that's crazy too. Because doesn't the Hippocratic Oath say first do no harm? It sounds like a lot of harm being done in this document.
That's a good point. Good point. That's what the Hippocratic Oath say. Jimmy Das Hotep said politicians just got done cashing in on war and energy stocks. They cashed in on Big Pharma, will continue to do so in future generations. I just wish Nancy Pelosi would tell me what the next play is. So I can get in on it. So then, there's this is where the 9 pages come from. Because in the appendix, it says list of adverse events of special interest, right? Yeah. And then so the too smart for their own good people pointed out in here, what was like supply chain issue or something like that.
Mm-hmm. There are some random things in there, like there's a report of somebody swallowing a penny. I think there was another report, I think, of somebody not struck by lightning, but it was something really odd that it's like, okay, this obviously had nothing to, somebody was struck by lightning. 72-year-old dude died with an arrhythmia because he was struck by lightning 28 days after vaccination. Then there's another person that was in the shop. I think it was, between 5 and 11 years old. Somebody swallowed a penny. So obviously that has nothing to do with, vacations or anything like that. That's just operator error. That's just humans being human. So, but there's enough in here that, is it the whole 9 pages of things, stuff you should worry about? No. But is there enough in here to give you pause? Absolutely. Like there's enough in here to say, hey, wait a minute. Especially when you know that there's other stuff that's on, not necessarily the market, but there's other stuff out there that can give you the same quality of life without the adverse effects. So yeah, this should give people pause, and it doesn't have to be the whole 9 pages for it to be something that you worry about or something that you have questions about.
Right. Because somebody tried to call me an idiot. They were like, it's not 9 pages. It says product distribution issue and product supply issue. And I'm just like, did you read the document? Because you're telling me I didn't read it, but here you are pointing this out, but you skipping over herpes and all this other shit that's
right. Right. It's like, why are you even looking for this? Like, like what did herpes got to do with the remix certification? Like, why are we even looking for this?
It's really odd that people go out their way to skip over, 100 some side effects to point out product distribution issue and product supply issue.
Right, like it's some kind of got you. It's like, okay, you found 2 things in here that are not congruent with everything we're saying. Like, good job. Can you tell us why they were talking about herpes in here?
Right. Can we get back to the subject, please?
Like, man, like how's some of this stuff in here? It's not stuff you're supposed to be worried about.
Oral herpes.
Man, this is rough out here, man. Folks down bad. So, and again, this is not even to say everybody that took the vacation is gonna experience this. Some people took the vacation and they're fine, and that's good. And I'm glad. Listen, I'm glad that people, if you got the vacation, you turned out fine. I'm glad. Like, trust me, I'm 100% glad. This is for the people that might have some weird things going on. Don't have as much, trust in what's being told to them, or, might have had a loved one, pass unfortunately because of something like this. Like, you deserve to know. You deserve to have this information out here so that you can make the best decision for yourself or people that you care about next time. This is not a sweeping indemnification of everybody that got the vacation. Some people are fine, and that's good. We're glad that you're fine. But for the people that are not fine, this is information that they should know, and this is information that they should have access to. And there shouldn't be any bullshit behind it like it was before this Texas judge freed all this information up. It should have just been out there for people to make their best decision with.
Mm-hmm. And if you want to clean some of that stuff out, if you went out and got vacation because it's mandated or whatever, you want to clean your system out, do a little detox, go to my timeline. I just tweeted the link out. Go cop that. It's the information that you need. This is just information you need, period, whether no matter what you get in your system, for the most part, code, et cetera, et cetera. This is the Hotep secret formula for detoxing the viruses and et cetera from your body. So in conclusion, I think to round this out, I'm just gonna reread this part I put in red in the conclusion part on page 11 of this document. And it says VAED. It stands for what again?
Vaccine associated enhancement.
Right. Disease. And then it says respiratory disease remains a theoretical risk for the vacation. Surveillance will continue. So people will tell you, don't worry. That's not what the document says.
Even the people that wrote the document are under surveillance, are worried. So maybe you should be too.
Any concluding thoughts for the people here tonight, or anything you want to promote?
Nothing that we didn't already know.
Okay.
Nothing that we didn't already know in our heart of hearts that this was rushed, and the risks that were associated with it were not. They were held from people. They were held from people intentionally, and it's a shame, and it shouldn't happen again.
Yeah, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been another wonderful presentation. As more information comes out, as far as medical issues are concerned, we will bring back our local scientists. Tonight, a science guy, the only science guy we trust. Well, I wouldn't say only, but he's our main guy, right? So we'll be back with the experts. Remember, Hotep Jesus don't know everything. I don't know shit, to be honest with you. I'm a student.
I'm in that boat with you.
I tell people I'm a student first. I defer to the experts. When this whole thing go down, I'll be like, yo, I read this document tonight. Tell me I'm not bugging. And he'd be like, nah, you're not bugging, dog. You're not bugging. I'm like, all right, cool. Because, sometimes, they say some science shit. And I'm just like, I want to give the benefit of the doubt and say, I don't know everything. But I know what words mean. But I'm going to still defer to the expert to confirm that what my common sense is true. And we say, yo, that's what you read on that paper. Just like we went through this presentation. He's like, no, that's what that means. Okay, just want to make sure. So I love deferring to the experts, and I appreciate having an expert in-house. And you are appreciated, brother. Anytime you need us, call, man.
Yes, sir. Peace and blessings, everybody. Hotep for life.
Hotep, we'll be right back. Hang in there, tonight. About to end the stream now.
Steadfast Beats quotes. Get a better deal on your furnace. Year-end deals and low monthly payments. Visit steadfasthomeservice.com. Call 440-306-8000 and get a new Train furnace for less.
Welcome to another talk.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been golden from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars know, no, 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 oh. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait, wait, show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding these in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light, enlightened, mind enlightened. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum of arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT. With the flow, this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars flow, 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 flow. Baby, welcome to the flow, 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 flow. Sure. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, 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 peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weaken. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling, 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 falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars go, no, 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 no. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show. Hey, yeah, yeah. All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow.